Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street. It's Easter Saturday. Great to have you company. We've got a packed day. We've got a bit of an Easter theme going on, of course, obviously. We also have Shop to Win running today. Now, we were doing this yesterday, different prize, but basically, when you shop with us today, you'll be automatically entered into a prize draw to win a fantastic prize. Now, every single time you buy something and check out your basket, you'll be entered into the prize draw again. So if you were to buy 3 things and you check out separately, you'll be entered into the competition 3 times. So, you know, just an idea. You could do that. Now, what you're winning today, potentially, all Tula Pink, this is a bit of a bumper pack actually, I'd love to win this. You're getting 2 strip rolls, 2 10-inch charm packs and 2 5-inch charm packs. I mean, the value in there goodness me, it must be a couple of £100. And what they are is, they are kind of like a basic blender. It's white with a white on white print. So this has got kind of stars, moons, spots, hearts. It's really difficult to pick up on the camera. It's a little bit easier to see on the black. You can just about see things like the swallow and the spots and maybe a few hearts in there. So you get the black and you get the white. So 10-inch stack, 5-inch stack and a strip roll in black and in white. 6 pieces, amazing prize, shop to win. Anything you buy, literally every time you check out, you get entered into that prize draw. Happy Easter. Wow, lovely, absolutely fab. Now we'll start with our early bird. And our early bird, well, there's a little bit of a theme this morning, well, certainly for our first hour, with all things Japanese. Our early bird this morning is 3 Sashiko thread bundles. So what you're getting here is 3 bundles of Sashiko thread. You've got a gorgeous gold, then you've got this fabulous duck egg blue, and then a really beautiful soft silver. Now these are all genuine Japanese, made in Japan Sashiko threads. They're 100% cotton, and each one of them, in terms of length, do we have a length for these? All made in Japan, of course. Now we're going to crash the price. £14.97. £14.97 is the usual price for the 3, so about £5 each. They're about £5 each, but we're taking that price down to £9.97. You're saving £5. You're effectively getting one of those for free. Fab offer. 3 different Sashiko threads. If you've never done Sashiko before, it's essentially a small running stitch. It's easy enough to do. Each one has 100 meters, by the way, 100 meters of thread, and you don't split this like you do embroidery floss. You use it straight from the pack. But I did see a fantastic tip, which was to actually undo the bundle and then cut it into usable lengths, sort of maybe 12 to 15-inch lengths, and then plait the whole thing, and then when you're ready for a thread, you just pull one out of the plait each time. I thought that was such a clever idea and a great way to keep your thread organised. So you get the gold, you get the silver, you get the duck egg blue. You can use this for Sashiko, of course, and we do lots of Sashiko panels here at Sewing Street. But you can also use this to create things like big stitch quilting, or to tie a quilt with. So big stitch quilting is where maybe you've machine quilted things like in the ditch and done your basic quilting, but you want a little bit of hand quilting to accentuate certain features. So a nice sharp needle, like a chenille needle, is quite good for this. Sharp point, but also quite a big eye. And then do a sort of fairly big running stitch, so maybe like 3 to 5 stitches per inch. So quite big, quite noticeable, and you can outline quilt. Looks really good. The silver in particular would look great on any quilt, I think. The other thing that you could do is use it to tie a quilt. So rather than quilting it at all, layer it up, pin it, or baste it, you know, however you do that. And then same thing, nice sort of sharp needle with a big eye. Bring your thread up through the quilt surface. We'll have the tail on top, go down and back up again, and then down and back up again. So you've taken like a little stitch, and then knot the ends and then trim. So you've just got like a little tuft on the top of the quilt, and do that all over the quilt surface, maybe that far, however far apart that is, 4 inches maybe apart, in all directions, all over your quilt. Looks great. It's a different way to finish your quilt, and you can use your Sashiko thread with it. It's this morning's early bird. But I have got to tell you, there are less than 20 of these bundles remaining. So well done if you've already checked out. These are the colours you're going to get: duck egg, silver, gold, and it's a lovely soft, sort of almost almost sunflower gold. Really lovely. I was talking with Emma Bradford this morning about sunflowers, but more of that later. Little tease. That's our early bird. Now, this morning we're also going to be playing a game. I love a game, don't you? And it's called Drop the Word. Drop the word. And it's drop the Easter word. Here's how it's going to work. Okay. We're going to drop 3 words. Essentially, I'm going to say these words on air. Okay. Bear with. Across the morning. And when I say this word in particular, what you need to do is email the studio. I'll show you the email address that you need to email in at. It is studio@sewingstreet.com. Now, I've never been known for subtlety. It's not on my resume. I don't really do it. So when I say the word, trust me, you'll know. The word will be one of the words off the sheet, by the way. So here's the sheet. You might want to take a note. So I'm not dropping the word now, obviously, but I'll just tell you what the words might be. We've got Easter egg, we've got chick, we've got Easter bunny, we've got sheep, Easter basket, passport, don't ask, chocolate, daffodil, blossom tree, again, who knew, and sunshine or sun. But those are the potential words. There's 10 of them. I'm going to drop one of 3. If you email in, 3 people will be picked, okay? So 3 words, 3 people. And those 3 people will win £10 credit to spend on the Sewing Street website. So I mean, seriously, everything to play for. I think you'll agree. Bit of fun. All you've got to do is send an email in when you hear the word. All right, let's do the menu for today and crack on. Okay, so first off, 8 a.m, we've got Yoko Saito fabrics. We've also got some other fabrics that have a Japanese feel, theme, or are manufactured in Japan. Some really gorgeous fabrics there, lots of ideas to share with you too. At 9 o'clock, we've got the gorgeous Emma Bradford here with the Tim Holtz Croc Jungle Quilt Kit. It's an absolute beauty, this one. Really clever construction. Now at 10 a.m, we've got sewing room tools. And within that hour, we've got some fantastic books, actually, some really cool books, which I'm looking forward to sharing with you, and also some fabrics and a few other things back in stocks. Then at 11 a.m, Emma's back with Springtime in Quiltsburgh Quilt. It's absolutely gorgeous. The appliques are so cute. The palette is fresh, just right for summer. Really fun. Really fun. There's a beehive, there's a cat chasing butterflies. It looks like it's been done from my garden, to be honest. Now then, that's at 11 o'clock. Then at 12 o'clock, we head on over to Yarn Lane for the book launch of 100 Crochet Tiles with Anna Nikipirowicz. Now, you don't have to go anywhere to join us on Yarn Lane. Yarn Lane products are now available on the Sewing Street website. That book is already selling on pre-order. It's a launch today. It's 100 crochet tiles. It's one of those books you've got to have in your resource library for when you feel like doing some crochet, when you want to make a blanket or cushion or something like that and you need some fresh inspiration. It's a beautiful book. We'll have a real good look at it with Anna at 12 o'clock on Yarn Lane. Really looking forward to this morning. Hope you are too. And don't forget, I'm going to be dropping the words very soon. I'll tell you when it's time. Okay, keep going through with your early bird special, those gorgeous sashiko threads, but let's have a little talk about how to watch and how to buy. Now, the first thing you need to do is go to www.sewingstreet.com. Once you get there, click on Watch Live. And then once you get there, you can message the studio. Now remember, when I drop the word, don't message the studio. We want you to email studio@sewingstreet.com. But you can message in with anything else right there. Then 2 columns. What's actually been shown, first of all, on the left, and then on the right, pre-order, everything that's coming up. So first of all, look at all these gorgeous Japanese and Japanese inspired fabrics. Some absolutely beautiful fabrics there. Can't wait to share those with you. Great fabrics for dressmaking, bag making, crafting, quilting. Love it. Some Yoko Saito bundles as well. There's a lot. Now then, at 9 o'clock, Emma Bradford's quilt. The Croc quilt. This is so clever. I just love this. I mean, it's made from squares, half square triangles, and rectangles. That's it. That's all. Squares, half square triangles, rectangles. Really clever construction. Emma's going to be showing us how to do that. These beautiful sort of mock croc fabrics from Tim Holtz, used to great effect. I think it's a wonderful kind of rich, warm quilt, quite masculine looking too, just terrific. And I love how it has this kind of woven look, but it's just made block by block, and you know what, every block's the same, so nice and easy to make. Now, also on pre-order, just to highlight this wonderful book. Now I'm going to be showing you this at 11 o'clock. This is paper piecing all year round. 10 o'clock, I beg your pardon. This is super cute. Paper piecing all year round. Now, this was on a little while ago and sold out within the show. It was hugely popular. Hundreds of you got this, but we've managed to get it back in stock. It's super cute. We've got some other resources in that show for paper piecing. And I'll give you a little rundown on how to do it, but some other great tools there. We've got a gorgeous scissor holder there, wooden scissor holder, that's beautiful. And then we go down into Emma's second hour, Springtime in Quiltsburgh, really cute. And then Yarn Lane at 12 o'clock. This book's so popular already on pre-order. Get ahead, get this in your basket and check out. It's 100 crochet tiles. Also, we've got some lovely yarn packs for that hour as well, and things like crochet hooks. You won't need to go anywhere different. Stay on the same TV station for Yarn Lane, stay on the same website. You don't have to move. Great, fantastic. Okay, now then, we're going to start with our gorgeous fabrics, and I want to start with some really beautiful blue fabrics which absolutely instantly caught my eye. I'm just going to grab the whole bundle down at the moment. This isn't a bundle, these are all by the ½ meter, but just to show you first of all, and you'll see why instantly I was like, oh, let's start with those. How beautiful, how gorgeous are these? I mean, really, like when you think about my indigo elements and my kimono and Kyoto ranges, gorgeous. I want shirts, I want all sorts made out of these. But anyway, let's start with IL02. So this one very much has a sashiko / shibori feel to it. That is stunning, isn't it? Now, if you've never heard of shibori, it's a whole, I mean, there's loads of different techniques within shibori, but it's a type of Japanese tie-dye effect. But the fabric, I mean, we're used to tie-dye maybe from school where you got fabric and kind of scrunched it up and put elastic bands or thread around it and then dyed it and it gets kind of crazy blobs. But the Japanese tradition of shibori takes it to a whole new sophisticated level, so that lines and grids are stitched into fabric, or fabric is slid onto tubes and scrunched up and dyed to create different really gorgeous patterns. This is just amazing, isn't it? It's a printed fabric with that shibori look. I just think this is stunning. For dressmaking, amazing. We're going to crash that price. Why not? $4.99 for ½ meter. That's great. And that's a 7-berry, beautiful. 7-berry fabrics are made in Japan. So great, I love that. That would be so cool for a dressing gown. Now, next one, this is YP41. And this also has more than a nod to shibori. This is lovely. And again, I think for shirt making, for quilt making also, it's absolutely divine. Soft and restful. Again, we're crashing that price to $4.99 for a ½ meter. That is fantastic, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful fabric. Remember, this is available by the ½ metre and it's cut for you. So if you want 2.5 metres for a dress, for example, 5 units, and you'll get a continuous length. Now the next one is ZG36. This I think might be my favourite, but then maybe nearly. Second favourite. This might make your TV screen go a bit funny, but this is a really, really deep indigo navy background. And then with this white spot, but it's kind of blurred, just as it would be if it was kind of your genuine shibori sort of hand-dyed fabric. It has that look, which is terrific. Less than 10 metres of that left. We're still going to take it down to £4.99 for a ½ metre. I told you this was going to be a good hour. Some real fabulous bargains here. Now this next one, I think this might be my favourite one out of this group. This is JW90. Now, of course you know why. You could imagine me in a shirt made out of this, couldn't you? Fabulous. Absolutely beautiful. Really stunning fabric. Love it. Dressing gowns, slippers. I've made quite a few pairs of quilted slippers now. They're a really fun way of using up your scraps. And I just use, you know those hotel slippers you get for free sometimes? I just cut one of those up and made templates out of them. Easy. TM50. And it's just a really nice little gift pair of slippers. I'll have to do them one day on air and show you how to make them. So this one's got that gorgeous kind of soft sky blue and goes really well with that, doesn't it? Those two together. Oh, gorgeous. Imagine something like a Hanten jacket or Haori jacket would be just beautiful, kind of Japanese padded coat or jacket in those. Absolutely lovely. And again, £4.99, but we have only got, we've got 3-4 metres of that left. Not very much at all. Now, while we're still on a blue theme, let's go chinoiserie. So a little bit more of a Chinese look, but very, very lovely. We've got a little group of 3 fabrics here, which I'll go through one at a time. These are lovely. Let's start with this navy one. This is CH64. And this has a look of, you know, lovely china, beautiful sort of expensive porcelain, maybe a vase or a dish or something like that. Or if you like willow pattern, it's that sort of feel, but a lovely deep navy background and then accents of china blue and white. Very, very pretty. No price crashes on these. Sorry. These are brand new, by the way. Now, same design, but on a white background. This is YB39. Very fresh. These would be really gorgeous, actually, and you could combine these very, very effectively, actually, with those shibori style fabrics we looked at a moment ago. Yeah, exactly the same. Yeah, on the website, this looks a lot smaller design, but it's exactly the same design, just on a white background. Again, cut for you by the ½ metre. So if you wanted to use this to make, I think this would be really lovely, used to trim a white tablecloth, you know, maybe like a 3-inch border all the way around, and then make some table, placemats and napkins would just look so fresh and lovely. Just give a gorgeous refresh to your table. And then the last one in that group features beautiful kind of camellia flowers and birds. This is absolutely beautiful, isn't it? That is stunning. Lots of you already checked that one out on pre-order. Well done you. Don't forget, every single time you check out your basket, you get another entry into our Shop to Win competition. And remember, the prize, I need both my hands for this, is all of that. One person wins all of that. 2 charm packs, 2 10-inch layer cakes, 2 jelly rolls, or the equivalent, from Free Spirit. All Tula pink, the 3 in the white, the 3 in the black. Absolutely fantastic. So you put those with your Tula Pink Brights or your K Facet Brights or something like that. Just superb. Now then, let's move on. Okay, these are all the fabrics with gold accents. So I think a lot of us associate Japanese fabrics with gold accents on them, and they are absolutely stunning. Let's do fish to start. Now this is EG14. This is our floor manager, Kat's favourite fabric out of the whole table. It is absolutely stunning. That is stunning. We've never had these lower than £6.99, but you know what? You know what? Let's have an Easter treat. Let's have an Easter treat. Let's do it. Ooh, that's good. For all of these, £4.99. £4.99 for a half metre. Now then, if you're a lover of Japanese fabrics, this is going to be your morning. Look at that. Look at that. Gorgeous koi carp. I love this sort of wave background with all the different sashiko and sort of Japanese screen designs in the background. The accents of gold, I mean, really heavily accented with gold. Bag makers. What about for a border for a quilt? Absolutely stunning. Now, just to show you what you're getting for half a metre, and look at the shimmer on that. Should be £6.99 a half metre. Means that, you know, a whole metre is less than £10, which is amazing. That red in the background, by the way, is kind of a really deep cranberry red, rather than perhaps the terracotta that we might sometimes, but it would blend really well. Absolutely gorgeous, isn't it? Now do be quick when you're checking out your basket, because a lot of these fabrics are proving very, very popular. Now let me just see. Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Now this has... I'm just looking... sorry. Well, this one doesn't have gold accents on it. This is a very, very special fabric though. Let me just open that out. You're going to love this one. Really, it's fabulous. £5.49 for a half metre. Look at that. Now, just to give you a sense of scale. So, quite a large scale print. Amazing. This would be so cool actually, just to cut a really big panel, maybe about like 1.5 metres deep. You know what I mean? And then what I would do is use something quite large scale for a border, and maybe something like that as an inner border and then an outer border. Or you could even go really bold. Quarter of the stock of that has already gone, by the way, and been checked out. You could actually really ramp up the volume and go with something like this, which is coming up in a second, but just have a big wall hanging with this, almost treat it like a panel. Now let me just tell you about this fabric before we go any further, because it's a little bit different to the others. It has almost like well, not almost, it has a sort of slubby weave to it. I don't know if you can see, so it's got this kind of texture, this slub weave in it, which is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, this would be superb for something like a dressing gown. Imagine the impact of that. Or a wall hanging. It's such a beautiful large scale print, would work beautifully. Or big cushions. I mean, it would make great garden furniture. Beautiful, especially if you have a sort of Japanese style garden. Or even just some bamboos or something like that. Really, really stunning. Loving that. Now then, what is Drop the Word? We've had some questions. What is Drop the Word? This is what Drop the Word is. Okay. So, I'm just going to tell you, in the next hour, I'm going to drop a word. I'm going to say a word. Okay, and it might be, I'm not dropping the word now, by the way, please don't email in, but it might be Easter egg, it might be Easter chick, it might be Easter bunny, or sheep, Easter basket, passport, chocolate, daffodils, blossom tree or sunshine. Trust me, when I drop the word, you'll know. You'll know, okay? I'm not going to be subtle about it. And then when you hear that word, email in the studio and say, Stuart dropped the word. The word was, and say what the word was, yeah? And then 3 people will be picked. They'll win £10 credit to spend on Sewing Street. There were 3 words, 3 winners, £10 each, all picked at random. It's an email. It's an email. Why not? 3 people are going to win £10 today. It might as well be you. Just for emailing in to say, Stuart dropped the word. The word was... There we go. studio@sewingstreet.com. Now, morning to everybody who's messaging in, by the way. Thanks for sending your messages. This next one, fabric LG71, look... amazing. We're very limited. £6.99 per half metre. Again, can you imagine a jacket? Absolutely beautiful. A jacket in that. Or a jacket lining if you wanted something plainer on the outside but something absolutely incredible on the inside. Great for home decor, great for quilting, bag making too. I mean, a weekend bag or a satchel made out of that fabric. Or also, if you see some of these motifs, let me just turn it around a second. So like this motif here, right in the centre here, and it's a big motif, yeah? It's a big motif. You could put Bondaweb on the back of the fabric, fuse it on, and then use really sharp embroidery scissors to cut out the bouquet of flowers. Applique that, maybe add other blooms, you know, to create a swag or something like that. And then I would use a zigzag, and I would use gold metallic thread. And you could zigzag around the edge to applique. I mean, that on a bag that was quite plain would be delicious. Yummy. There are 4 meters left. When they're gone, that's it. Happy Easter. This is really, really gorgeous. Very, very popular on pre-order too. Same design as we've just seen, but on a gold. I can't stop draping that on because I just think this is so amazing for a jacket, a dressing gown, a little cover up, something like that, or a scarf even. I mean, you could make an infinity scarf out of this. If you want an easy pattern and a quick demo for an infinity scarf, head to my YouTube channel, Stuart Hillard Makes. There's a free tutorial on how to make an infinity scarf. While we're on the subject of Stuart Hillard Makes, you could use any of these fabrics for a traditional Japanese rice bag. Now, obviously, after we finish the show, after 1 o'clock, not before, head to YouTube and then go to Stuart Hillard Makes. Oh, hello, you. I've got my mouth open, always. And in that video, I show you, it's called Japanese Rice Bags. And I show you, there's a Japanese rice bag. And I show you how to make it, start to finish. Really yummy, really easy, quick and easy to make. Brilliant with Japanese fabrics. I mean, I've made it there with Tilda and it looks gorgeous, whatever you use. But with these Japanese fabrics, it would be absolutely stunning. Now, can we do something really kind of spring-like and IJ62? Because this is really spring-like and fresh and floral. This has got gorgeous gold accents. Very, very nice. Very nice. Smaller scale print. Not a small print though, still a medium, but really stunning with these gorgeous blossoms in shades of pink, magenta, lovely lilac, and those gorgeous accents of green. Now, don't feel like when you're using Japanese style fabrics that you have to only use Japanese style fabrics in your makes. This would work so well, with just a green batik or a lilac batik. Now, those of you who are emailing in saying I've dropped the word, I said Happy Easter. Happy Easter is not the word. It's not the word. It's not the word. Honestly, when I drop the word, just between us, I shouldn't be telling you this, but just between us, I'll be dropping the word in the 9 o'clock hour, and I'll do it quite early just to get it over with. And the word is one of the words on the sheet. Okay. But trust me, when I do it, you'll know. It'll be one of those. I want you to win, trust me. I've got your back. I'll make it really obvious. Yeah, okay, good. Excellent. Glad we've cleared that up. Now, while we're still on that gorgeous, wait till you see this, US 92. Wow. That's incredible. Check that out. Stunning, really big scale. Look at the size of that chrysanthemum. It's bigger than my head. And we're dropping the price. To £5.99 for a half metre. Let me just hold this up so you can see. How glorious is that? Absolutely stunning. Now, one of the things you could do with this, you often see in Japanese homes, it's usually three hung in a doorway, and they're like long rectangular panels. You could do like long, a bit shorter in the middle and long again, or just all the same length, you know, however you want to do it. But almost to create a door screen. Looks gorgeous. But also, you could hang that behind a bed and almost have like a triptych effect. Just as a wall hanging, looks so gorgeous. You need something like big, large scale, something really dramatic. This is it, isn't it? It's absolutely stunning. You could recover a headboard with this. Wouldn't that be amazing? You'd pay a fortune to have that done. It's £5.99 for a half metre. If you wanted to recover something like, can you imagine a chaise recovered in this? I mean, that is complete glamour, isn't it? Now, I just want to quickly show you another fabric, which is just such a gorgeous coordinate for this. If you wanted something like for a narrow border or a binding, I would go with this. It picks out the lovely puce and the green and the black, of course, which is absolutely gorgeous. This is AM68. I just think those make a stunning combo. Now remember, this fabric right here should be £7.49 a half metre. It's £5.99 for a half metre, so less than £12 per metre, and it is glorious. Wow, grab it before it's all gone. It's not going to hang about. Now then, a few more like that. Yeah, go on. Yes, the dragonfly fabric that I showed you a second ago. Now this one doesn't have any gold, gold accents or anything like that, but it is absolutely beautiful. This would also be lovely for things like cosmetic pouches or little sort of vanity cases, I think. Be really pretty, or purses, or a shopper. I think you definitely want to quilt this. Diamond cross hatching, quite small. What about £4.99 for a half metre? Let's do it. Why not? Thank goodness dragonfly wasn't one of the words. I haven't dropped the word yet. A message across the bottom. I've bought a few of these Japanese fabrics. They're even better in real life, and the gold detailing is beautiful. Loving your ideas for makes from Collector in Merseyside. Kate, you're welcome. They are beautiful, aren't they? And I think you're right. You have to see them sort of close up and in person to get that shimmer, just to get the sense of scale as well of some of them. They are just beautiful. The other thing you can use, which I think they look really good for, are covered boxes. So you can buy kits, can't you, that have all the board cut out, kind of like a hex etui or like a sewing box, and you put wadding and fabric over the top, and they're glued together really, but mostly, but they look amazing done in Japanese fabrics. So stock up on the fabric and then I'll try and get the kits in. Now this next one is FM12. This is beautiful, sort of cornflower blue, a little bit of soft lilac, gorgeous green and gold detailing. We have also got it in a red, but that's coming up in a sec. Really pretty, really pretty. Now that's also available in a red version. These are all made in Japan, by the way. So they're not just Japanese style fabrics. They actually come from Japan. This is SI24. And this has got a lovely summery feel with that gorgeous bright sunshine yellow and also that lovely coral red. Ah, Joy's message. Yes, I've done the boxes. Joy, if you've got a picture of one, would you send it in, please? Love to be able to show that. They are gorgeous and they're just something different to do with your fabric. If you, I know this is controversial, but it all happens to us all. If you're a bit bored of sewing, we all lose our sojo sometimes, don't we? But we still want to make something. It's a really nice thing to do. The room suddenly went quiet. Got bored of sewing? This is CV86. Well, I'm just saying it's honest, you know. I and all my sewing friends sometimes lose their sojo. We need something to kickstart us again. This is fab. Now, this is a bit different. Do not adjust your television screen. Oh, amazing though. Fans. I think this would be absolutely gorgeous for dressmaking. And if you're going to do dressmaking, you'll need quite a lot. So let's do it for £3.99 a metre. £7.98 per metre. That's crazy. Now, if you needed backing fabric for a quilt that had blues or greys or whites, wouldn't that make a fantastic backing fabric? Regular width. But at £3.99 a metre, if you needed 2.5 metres to back a quilt with, or 3 metres, that's not going to break the bank, and you're going to have this gorgeous 100% cotton. Beautiful. Stuart, you must be in your element. All that totally gorgeous fabric. Every day. I am, it's true. Love all your hints and tips. Happy Easter, everyone. Annette in Kent. Happy Easter to you too, my darling. That's lovely. And I am in my element when I'm with fabric and here. Oh my word, I so wish it was payday. I love these fabrics. You just have to soak up your ideas instead. I'll just have to soak up your ideas instead. Love you all. That's really cool. Thank you, Chantel. Really nice message. Well, that's £3.99 per half metre, and it should be £6.99. Now, VC52, this is the same design, really gorgeous colours this. Wow. We're going to match the price. £6.99 should be the price. We're going to drop the price to £3.99. Now, this has got lovely red and quite a subtle kind of antique gold in it. Again, that same design of kind of tossed fans, but with those lines as well that make it very modern and very graphic. I think that's gorgeous. Again, I think for a border, for a backing for a quilt. I knew wearing this sweater was a mistake. I'm absolutely covered in bits. Just throw that out there. Oh, and it's clean on. Oh, honestly, I'm a mucky pup. Beautiful, beautiful. Also, that would be superb for dressmaking, wouldn't it? And at £3.99 a half metre, 100% cotton, really good buy. You'll be entered into the prize draw as well, of course, shop to win. Remember, one of you is going to win all of this Tula Pink goodness. 2 10-inch stacks, 2 5-inch charm packs, 2 strip rolls, the black version, the white version. You win it all just for buying something today. Remember, each time you check out, you're only paying 1p throughout the day, but each time you check out, you'll get entered into that prize draw again. So the more times you check out, the more chances you've got of winning. Now then, shall we do Yoko Saito bundles? We've got 2 fat quarter bundles. I'm just going to grab something, don't go anywhere. Now, the wonderful Cara Ackerman made this cushion using a Yoko Saito pattern. This is using this fat quarter bundle right here. Details are on screen. We don't have the book with the pattern, but I mean, just to show you how gloriously those fabrics go together. These are all Japanese fabrics made in Japan that she's used to create this applique, and just use some, I think it's natural seeded Osnaburg or natural seeded cotton on the background, but absolutely beautiful. Now what you're getting in that bundle are 10 fat quarters of fabrics, all designed by Yoko Saito, who is world-renowned quilter. She's an absolutely incredible talent, and she's done some amazing fabric collections over the years. She specialises really in Japanese taupes, and you've got some of those taupe shades in there, but you've also got some lovely colour as well, this lovely deep red, the blue, the green. If you've not heard of Yoko, then do Google her and get inspired. We've got a little slide actually just to explain. Originally from Ichikawa City in Chiba Prefecture, in 1985 Yoko Saito established the quilt shop and workshop Quilt Party that was to become her base of operations, still going now. She soon garnered a reputation for her painstakingly precise needlework. Renowned quilter and teacher, Yoko Saito is known around the world for her ingenious use of taupe colour palettes. And she does do the most incredible piecing, applique, quilting. It's just gorgeous. All these fabrics are designed, created by Yoko. Just beautiful. And they look wonderful in the cushion. Now there's a bit of inspiration for you. Little bags, little purses, applique, piecing. And they have a really sort of distinct and beautiful look. Subtle, but delicious. Now, if you want to see a little bit of traditional Japanese taupe, let's do that. A little quilt. A few quilts that are made, again, in that sort of style. They are absolutely stunning, aren't they? When I see quilts like that, I want to just get rid of every single bit of colour that I've got in my collection. Oh, a nice message from Teresa. I'll quickly read that while we're looking at Japanese taupes. Oh, such beautiful quilts. Teresa's message say, "Good morning, Stuart and Co. Happy surprise to see you this morning. You are a good egg." Easter egg, thank you. Oh, no, that wasn't dropping the word. I wasn't dropping the word. Don't email in. Standing in for Paulie John Scott. Oh, that's so cute. John's not ill as such. He's not poorly, but he just completely lost his voice, just worn out, I think, and just needed a few days to rest it. But thank you for your lovely message. That's really kind. You know, if I was at home, I'd just be noshing on chocolates, and I haven't dropped the word there either. Remember, I'm not going to drop the word until the next hour. I'll make it very obvious when I do. Now then, we have one more bundle of Yoko Saito fabrics. It's this one right here. Different fabrics in this, or these are all different. So if you buy both bundles, you'll have 20 different fabrics. Again, all designed by Yoko Saito, all made in Japan. This is a wonderful collection of calm greys and soft browns, a little bit of green in there, touch of soft slate blue, really lovely. Aren't they gorgeous? And you get 10 fat quarters for $37.99. And they'll be perfect in Japanese style projects or taupe type projects. Now we've a few more fabrics, and these again are all, I think, all or mostly Yoko Saito. Yes, that's right. I thought they were. Right, let's just start. Can we start with these ones here? Now, Japanese taupe quilts are not just kind of taupe, browny, beigey. There's also quite a lot of grey and soft beigey grey in there. We've got some really nice fabrics that sort of fit in with that palette. These are gorgeous. These would also fit in really well if you love Janet Clare's fabrics as well. They would tone and blend. These aren't a bundle, they're all available by the half metre. Let's start with TB71. This is a pretty fabric. Now, we've tried so long and for so hard and for so long to get Yoko Saito fabrics in stock. We finally did. They've really flown, so we've only got 8 meters of this one left. All of the fabrics actually that I'm going to show you now, we've got quite limited amounts of, and they've really taken quite a while to get in. So if you're loving these, I wouldn't hang about. £7.49 per half meter. Really pretty, but soft and delicate and subtle. Now the next one, we've got 2 different colourways of this next one, a sort of silvery grey and then more of a taupe grey. I think it would be good to start with the taupe grey. This is MJ29. So this has a lovely kind of linear feel to it. I'm going to just turn that around because I think it probably goes that away. Isn't that gorgeous? A soft kind of beigey grey. If I put the silver grey next to it, you can see the sort of much warmer tone to the grey. Now, while I'm just getting this piece of fabric ready, we've got a lovely picture of a quilt made by Sally. This is, oh wow, beautiful. A picture of my first ever applique quilt. Amazing work. It was by Yoko Saito in at the deep end, eh? You're not kidding. Loads of mistakes and 2 big stitches on the needle turn, leaves and flowers. Unfortunately, I couldn't find any of her material, so I got my own in. The colours I love, but hey, I still love it. She explains and teaches you brilliantly at every step. Hopefully see you in June. Thank you for a great show. Oh, that's really lovely. Thank you. Who's that from? Sally, from Sally. Well, I mean, your quilt is amazing, isn't it? It's absolutely stunning, made in colours that you love. But yeah, I think you highlight a good point there. Yoko Saito fabrics are really hard to find. We really struggled. But you did an amazing job. It looks absolutely gorgeous, incredible. And every quilt we make, every project we make, you learn something, don't you? I'm still learning. Every single thing I make, I learn something new. Okay, the silver version, UJ32, of that gorgeous fabric. This is a lovely sort of clean silver. Really lovely. Really lovely. And again, you don't just have to save this for a Japanese style project. This would work with so many other fabric ranges, wouldn't it? Like I say, it would work very well with Janet Clare's fabrics, her sort of navies, her silvers. Now, let me show you these two. You've got a kind of silvery blue and then more of a taupey blue, if you know what I mean. So let's go the taupe blue to start with, TQ03. And this is a larger scale print. Again, these are all available by the half metre. So if you're looking at that thinking dressmaking, absolutely dressmaking, perfect for a dress. It's available by the half metre. It's cut to order. Now, I won't have time to go through every fabric that we've got in this hour, but if you want to see what we've got, then do have a look on pre-order. Everything's on the website. And then that same fabric, HL92, this is the same design, but done in that sort of cleaner, brighter blue. Again, I just think that's lovely. Really soft and subtle. Very, very limited on that one. Very limited on that one. So do grab it while you can. Now, when Cara was here and did her wonderful cushion, she talked about applique pins, but we didn't actually have them in stock at the time, but we've managed to get them in stock. Let me grab them. They are made by Clover, which of course is a Japanese brand. Yeah, Japanese brand, Clover. And I'm one of their UK ambassadors. Great company. They make kind of Rolls-Royce accessories for quilters and notions for quilters. They're all beautiful. These are applique pins. Now, applique pins are really small. They're very short, they're very fine, and they have a tiny little white head on them. You can just about see there. And they're fantastic for pinning appliques down when you're going to stitch them, hand stitch them down. You can pin from the front. They're really short, so you're not going to catch your thread on them. If you do ever get threads catching, just pin from the back instead. But short applique pins, absolutely perfect for the job. You get in the box, let me just see, does it say how many? 150 in the box. Keep them stored in the box. You can use these for piecing as well if you want to, but they are really designed for holding appliques in place. For $6.99. And you know, it's one of those things where, a bit like thread, where sort of quality counts, and it always pays to pay that bit extra. Good pins, good needles, good thread. You'll never regret the extra £1 or £2 that you spend on good quality pins, needles, thread. Worth every penny. Okay, keep going through for your Japanese style fabrics. Remember, every time you check out, you're being entered into that prize draw to win that huge bundle of fabrics in our Shop to Win competition that runs throughout today. Now, when we come back from the break, I'm going to be dropping a word, and I won't be subtle about it. We'll also be doing this fabulous Tim Holtz quilt behind us. A lot of you have already checked out on pre-order. We'll have our wonderful Emma Bradford here as well with a full demo. So don't go anywhere, just maybe grab yourself a little cuppa, and I'll see you back here in a couple of minutes.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 73 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in to our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 till 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So, you never have to spend a minute without us.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Hi everybody, welcome back to Sewing Street on this Easter Saturday. Now what a gorgeous weekend Easter weekend is. You know, there's all sorts of things about, aren't there? Like Easter baskets. Yeah? I told you I wasn't going to be subtle. Message the studio quick, studio@sewingstreet.com. You could win £10 just for spotting. I mean, it was subtle and it was hidden there, but I mean, if you knew what you were looking for, you'll be emailing now, won't you? Yeah. I'm just going to get rid of my Easter basket. Good. Now, don't forget, excellent, we've done it now, fantastic. There are 2 more words to drop. I'll be doing those later. There will be no more word drops in this hour. Okay, relax. Good. Now, don't forget, this is what you're looking for later when I drop the word. Those are the words that it could be. Okay, obviously one of those is now gone. It's been dropped, Emma. It's been dropped. We can't pick it up and drop it again. Nope. So we've got other words left. It could be Easter egg, it could be chick, it could be Easter bunny or rabbit. I'm not dropping these words now. I'm just telling you what they could be. Passport, that popular Easter word. Passport. Good. I did my one and only Easter joke yesterday, Emma.
What was
Emma
that?
Bradford's here, by the way. I'm going to do it again because not everyone was listening yesterday. I was at a party once with Arnold Schwarzenegger, and I said to him, Arnold, what's your favourite Christian celebration? He said, well, Stuart, you has to love Easter, baby. Oh, that hurt, Emma. That hurt. That was like a dagger straight through me. Judgmental. But anyway, moving on. I need to work on that. There'll be 2 more words later on Remember, I've dropped a word. I won't be dropping any more this hour, but it's a chance of winning £10 credit to spend on the Sewing Street website. All you got to do is email in and say, Stuart, drop the word, and the word was whatever it was, okay? Email in. We got you. Okay. Now also, when we're talking about prizes, shop to win. Shop to win. Now, every single time you check out today, up till a minute to midnight, you will be entered into a prize draw to win this bundle of fabric. Now, this is all Tula Pink. You get a 10-inch stack, a strip roll, 2.5-inch strip roll, and a 5-inch charm pack in the black coordinate, Tula Pink coordinate. It's the one that's got things like hearts and stars and dots and swallows on, and they're all pre-cut, but they're all the same. And then you also get exactly the same in the white. So it's not either or, and it's not two. This is one winner. This is a couple of £100 at least prize. Wonderful prize, and literally every time you shop. So if you shop with us 5 times today and check out 5 times, that's 5 entries into the draw. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Now then, this fabulous quilt that's been hanging on the wall behind me is already going like hot cross buns. That's not one of the words. It's not a word. I mean, it is a word, but it's not. This is amazing, Emma. Emma Bradford, welcome back.
Oh, thank you, thank you.
Gorgeous
Hi.
as always. Love the turquoise jewellery.
Oh, thank you.
Beautiful.
Thank
And the
you.
turquoise now.
Yes. Yes,
Nice.
I had to.
Team with that theme. This quilt's amazing, and a quarter of the stock's already gone.
Oh, wow.
Before we even start, tell me about this. Tell me about this quilt, Emma.
Well, I love this design. I love the pattern. I love it as it is in these fabrics, but I'm itching to do the same pattern in different fabrics
For
as
sure,
well.
for
because,
sure.
Yeah, I think it will look completely different.
This is Tim Holtz, isn't it? Crocodile, croc,
Yeah,
aged croc.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's
That's what
nice.
I think every time I look in the mirror. Aged croc.
I'm getting there. Yeah.
But beautiful.
It is. I love the pattern. I love the texture of the fabric itself and the colours as well, because they're quite subtle.
They
But
are.
they are lovely.
And masculine.
Yes.
Yeah.
See, I try not to use words to define
I
because
know.
Anybody can
Yes.
love pink, anybody can love blue,
True.
and all of that. But yeah, it is because it's nothing quite flowery,
Right.
and it is that crocodile.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it would be appeal to a lot of different people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
totally agree. Now, let's have a look at what we get in the kit, because this is a gorgeous kit put together by Free Spirit. Absolutely wonderful. It's called the Croc Jungle Quilt Kit. And it's a block by block, even though it's quite hard sometimes to see where the block begins and ends with some quilts. I think this is one of them.
Yeah.
It is block by block. So, there we go. Let's see what you get inside. So the quilt itself, it's a really good size quilt
is.
as well, isn't it? Do you know offhand what the size is,
Ooh, let me grab it.
inch-wise? I mean, it's
Have my instructions right
180 centimetres square.
It's
But I-
27. Oh, the
I'm
block is.
old money. Do you know what that is in inches?
Yeah, it's got it in centimeters.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm old money. I'm old school
70
too.
inches square.
Oh, that's a good double bed size.
Really good, yeah,
Yeah.
perfect. And
Actually, I can see people snuggling up on the couch under this.
Oh yes, yes. I love a snuggle on the couch, and with a quilty. And I'm doing that a lot because I'm weaning myself off the heating.
Yes.
Now.
I turned it off. I came home on the 14th, and we've turned it off
Yeah,
again.
yeah. I think we're going to be doing a lot more of that, aren't we? With
Yes.
prices rising and just enjoying the natural temperature and getting used to spring. Now then, in your bundle, what you're getting is you get over 6 meters of fabric, so you're getting your I don't know if it's worn croc or aged croc. It's worn croc, sorry, worn croc. I also think that when I look in the mirror. And you get this gorgeous kind of emerald green. There's a gorgeous kind of, I'm going to hold it up a little bit. So there's this gorgeous emerald green. I think that's called Bayou, isn't it, the green? I think that's called Bayou. And it's not textured, even though it looks like it is textured. That's because of the amazing print quality.
And that was actually Everglade.
Everglade, right. And then that honey-coloured, honey brown.
Honey brown is murky.
Murky. Okay. The sort of tabery
is wild berry.
Wild berry, good. And then there's a sort of almost, I can't tell if it's black or brown, but it's really deep.
Black, yeah, it's nightfall.
Nightfall. And then you've got that sort of light tan.
Okay, that's pebble.
Pebble, that's that one there. And then and that's also your, oh no, that's the background.
That's the background.
Yeah. Yep. And then you've got that border fabric. Now that isn't worn croc.
It's Provisions.
That's called Provisions. That's an amazing fabric, isn't it? Like sort of putty pink.
And it's called Rose.
In rose. Yeah. Gorgeous. Jean's messaged in. This is wrapped so lovely. I'd not want to cut it. Oh, I know. It's a dilemma, isn't it, Jean? Every time. I mean, even with a fat quarter, I look and think, oh, isn't it too pretty to unfold? Yeah. Do you get like that?
I do.
Oh.
Yes.
Do you buy fabric just because you want the stack on your shelf?
I do. I've tried not to anymore because I literally don't have any more room. But yeah, it is very hard not to.
Buy a bigger house.
Yeah.
Would be my advice. Yeah.
I have to tell Mikey.
Who needs a kitchen? I mean, we've only got one because it came with the house. Fab. Let's do a little. We're in a bit of we're in an Easter mood. We're all about dropping things, words, prices, $149.99. If you've already checked out, lots of you already have, you will pay $149.99. So you get all that fabric, you get your pattern. Emma Bradford, welcome back.
Thank you.
It's great to see you.
Likewise.
Where do we start?
We'll start with, all the cutting instructions are in there. So I thought I would start with showing how to cut strips, because that's the first thing to do really, is to cut strips with the fabric. And I've just realised, Kat, I forgot to pick up my ruler.
Oh, we can get you a ruler.
Perfect. So
I have a message to read, that's all right. Morning, Emma and Stuart. Lovely to see you both. Beautiful looking quilt kit and such a lovely pattern. Thank you, lovely people. Oh, thank you, Jay. Don't forget that price will go up to $159.99 at midnight tonight, so grab that saving while you can. And also get in the prize draw to win all those Tula Pink goodies. Yeah. Perfect. So you've got your rose.
Yes. So this one is the border print. And I will cut it the size it requires, although this isn't exactly. Oh, thank you very much, Kat.
Now I think this is a really useful demo, Emma, because when you're cutting longer than width to width, you know, selvage to selvage, because a 24-inch rule is designed to cut 44-inch wide fabric, isn't it? But if you're cutting a border and you have to fold the fabric twice, a lot of us, when we do that cut and we open it out, we've got bends and elbows where we don't want them. Yeah. So this is useful.
It is, and you can use it either way. So what Stuart just says, I'm going to actually demonstrate width of fabric, but if you wanted to cut length, it's exactly the same technique, only you fold it by the length, basically. So you put your selvages together that way, and then you would do it that way. But this way, I'm just going to demonstrate width to width. So I'm going to put my selvages together and I'm going to line it up that way.
And this is useful also if you just got a shorter ruler. If you've got a 12-inch ruler and you need to cut full width fabric, you'll need to fold it twice.
Exactly. Well, the reason I try to demonstrate it all the time, because the only reason I knew how to cut strips width of fabric and the technique to do it is because I saw it on the telly. So it was in the US, so it was on PBS, the public broadcasting, back in the day with the old.
Was it Alex Anderson?
It might have been. It would have been in the 90s at some point.
Yeah, could well have been.
Yeah. So the thing to know about fabric, even in a lovely kit like this, when it's cut off the bolt, the cut edges won't always line up. What you need to do is hold your selvages up and line up your your fabric, so that there's no creases in the fold. So I know you can't see me, but I'm literally just shaking it out, make sure all those creases, all those folds, all those wrinkles out, fold it in half, and then fold it in half again so it's in quarters. And I'm lining up my 2 selvage edges with that folded edge, making sure it's all flat and straight. And you'll see, if I put it over here, if I open this up, you can see my cut edge is about not quite 1/4 inch off at the top. And that's why it's always useful to press your fabric first and then fold it up like that, just to make sure that it is straight, to avoid those bends, those kinks that you say you sometimes get if you don't fold it up right. So I'm going to line up a fold with one of the lines on my ruler. Doesn't matter which one. As long as
So you're
it's straight.
using the line on your mat for that lower...
Oh, sorry. Yes. Thank
Cool.
you.
It's all right.
I'm going to need to be,
I got your back, don't worry.
thank you. Today, because I'm a bit foggy. So I've got lined up with the line on my mat. I'm going to line it up with one of the lines on my mat going vertically as well. Now I'm ensuring I'm going to use the 9.5 line right here. And I want to make sure that all of my raw edges are over that line, so that when I cut, I'm going to cut through all the layers at once. So I've got a nice cut, clean edge.
And that's what we call our clean-up cut, isn't it?
Yeah. Oop. There we go. And then going forward, I always use the measurements on my ruler to cut all of the fabric. So these are going to be 7 inches wide.
This is when it's
6
so
inches
useful to have an extra wide ruler, isn't it,
Yes.
when you're cutting border strips?
It is. So if you don't have one that is the width of your border strip that you need to cut, then you would have to resort to using the lines on your mat to cut it. So it can be done. It's just not recommended that you mix using the measurements on your mat and measurements on your ruler for different cuts for the same quilt, because they could be ever so slightly off.
Yeah,
But-
I turn my ruler around the other way. So I'll use the length of it
this way.
and then I'll shift my ruler up along the strip if I have to.
Yeah,
I always use the ruler, not the mat.
yeah.
The mat gets distorted over time, doesn't it?
It does, it does.
Now that ruler that Emma's using is £28.99. It's 8.5 inches wide,
It is a nice one.
24.5 inches long.
It's a nice big.
We've only got the 6.5 available. Gotcha.
Okay.
Sorry. Oh, I beg your pardon. Right. Okay. So the details on screen are for the 6.5 inch wide.
But the 6.5, it's a good. I actually use that on most
Yeah,
things.
yeah,
The
me
6.5
too.
by 24 is one I use the most. I think it's the most versatile one.
Yeah, agreed.
I mean, this one is a little bit wide. You don't mostly use it for border strips, I
Yeah.
would say. So the 6.5 will be your sort of your bread and butter. Like you'll use it all the time.
Yep.
There, and that's your strips cut. So you can see a nice straight
and look,
strip.
no elbows.
No elbows, no kinks.
Good. Excellent.
It's a bit
Glad
early
to
for
hear
kinks.
it. Fabulous. I'm just going to take that little strip.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I could use that for something, Emma.
Actually, you know what I use them for
Go on.
sometimes? Tying things up in the garden.
Yes. Good.
Yeah.
Like it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Especially I use a lot of jerseys, so when I do jersey on my overlocker, all those little bits that you get,
Yeah.
yeah, I save them when I use them for tying up my plants in the garden.
I was saying earlier on, we were talking earlier on about sunflowers, weren't
Oh,
we?
yeah,
Having a bit of a, plantological chat.
Yes.
Is that a word?
Botanical.
Botanical, good.
Even.
I'm going to stick with plantological, thanks.
Okay.
Why not? Now that kit that Emma's using is for the brand new Tim Holtz Croc Jungle quilt kit. It's absolutely amazing, kind of a crisscross interwoven lattice almost, using Tim's new fabric line, which is called Worn Croc. Now it's £149.99, which includes a £10 saving, which we've dropped the price up till midnight tonight. So you can pay £149.99 for that kit up to midnight tonight. After that, it will go back to its normal price, which is £159.99.
Oh, wow.
Now, the block.
The block, yeah. So, believe it or not, it is just one block across the board. Exactly the same, just repeated.
But we have to move the fabrics around and change the... No.
No,
Same position,
Same
every
position.
block.
Yep. Yep.
Great.
Yep. Yeah, it doesn't change, which makes it quite nice because there's a lot of parts.
Yeah.
I'll just say that. I won't say it's super complicated because the instructions I love, and depending on whether you like written or visual, you've got both,
Okay.
and they're very thorough.
And I'm guessing this is not a typical block made kind of in horizontal and vertical rows.
It kind of is actually.
Is it?
Kind of is, in a way. Yeah.
Okay. Oh,
yeah.
okay.
You'll see.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So it
Interesting.
definitely has the
Intriguing.
strips. Yeah. I know. So I've got all the pieces laid out, well, cut out rather, and I'll lay them out to begin with so you can see what is going on.
Now, cut-wise, you were saying triangles, rectangles, squares.
Yeah, actually basically squares and rectangles.
Okay.
And then some of the squares you cut either once or twice to make your triangles.
Okay.
Yeah, so very simple cutting.
Good.
I would say you do need to be accurate with your cutting, and you do need to make sure you have an accurate scant 1/4 of an inch
When you're piecing.
when you're piecing. Yes, thank you.
Cool. It's amazing fabric, isn't it? I
It is.
I
It's
did the
lovely to work
launch of
with.
the range,
Oh, okay.
and I remember like everybody. I made a bag out of it, and everybody
Oh, that would be cool.
touched it.
Yeah.
It was the first thing everyone did, touched it, because
Yeah.
they wanted to feel
Yeah.
all the bumps, and there
Yeah.
aren't any because it's
No.
quilt weight cotton. But the print is so incredibly done,
Yes, it is very realistic.
isn't it? So if you've got any leftovers, you know what to do with them.
Oh yeah, definitely. Lovely bag. That'd be gorgeous.
Talking of lovely, I love your dress.
Oh, thank you very much.
It's so beautiful.
Thank you.
Did you buy it in this country or abroad? Or?
No, actually I bought it at the Festival of Quilts
Did
last
you?
year.
No
Yes,
way.
Yeah,
Oh,
I know.
who knew? I didn't know they did clothes.
It was one stand, and the chap was really nice. I think he was Italian. So say no more.
I love it. It was really nice. Say no more. No, we do want you to say more, Emma. We want you to say so much more, please. Do go on. He was Italian.
He was Italian.
Yeah.
So
Dot.
he was just charming, and
Oh,
you know, how could you not buy?
well, quite. Well, it's a
beautiful
gorgeous dress.
Thank you.
Yeah. Claire's message to say, lovely frock, Emma.
Oh, thank you.
Emma
Thank you,
beat
Claire.
me to it. Claire beat me to it,
Yeah.
sorry. Oh, Judith. I'm sending out lots of love and a very gentle hug to you because morning, Stuart and Emma, I could really do with this quilt to cuddle under. I had a fall yesterday and I've bruised my ribs.
Oh no. Oh, you do take care.
Oh, ouch.
Yes.
Yeah, nasty. You do need a quilt to cuddle under, my love. Oh.
There we go. Sorry, it's just. These are all the bits for one block.
Okay, cool. But I can see there, actually, it's just about setting it out right, isn't it?
And like I said, it's all visual. I'm a very visual person, so I need the visual. But the
Nice message
There
from
we go.
Nina, who says, good morning, beautiful quilt. Is it suitable for a beginner? Lovely colours, nice to see Emma, love her. Love her demonstrations. Sorry, all depends where you pause, isn't it? Love her demonstrations. Nina in Northumberland.
Oh, hi Nina. Oh, thank you very much. I would say this is more of an intermediate, only because there's a lot of piecing, and you do need to make sure that your 1/4 inch seam is very accurate. Otherwise, there might be a little bit off. So your cutting and your 1/4 inch seam, as long as you've got that like perfectly under control, then this is a very doable quilt, and for the accuracy.
So,
So-
a patient beginner,
Yes.
not a problem.
No, not a problem at all. And I haven't cut the whole thing out, I'll be honest. So I'm not quite sure how much fabric you have extra. So if there's any cutting issues, but the cutting is very, I'll say simple, but yeah, there's
Yeah.
like a couple
Strips
of
and squares.
strips and squares, and it's a couple of different sizes. Other than that,
It's
Yeah.
always a good idea to make one block first
Yes.
anyway, isn't it?
Yeah.
And I would even go into my scraps and I'd make the block.
Oh, that's a really good idea. Make a practice block
For
first.
sure.
Oh yeah, that's a really good idea.
Just for sure,
Before you start off.
Well, and like you said as well, it's one you'll make again and again, isn't it? It's a great
Yes.
block.
Yeah, I love it. I am so, like I said, I'm so dying to try it in different colours.
It's almost a sort of Celtic knot
Yeah.
look to it, hasn't
See,
it?
that's the thing. I think if you did some different colours, you could highlight like interlocking squares.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Heathery purples, greens, soft greys.
Actually, you know what? Even I think in like a black and white.
Beautiful. Yeah, gorgeous.
Yeah.
Next time, folks. Emma's quick. Okay, so you've laid out all your pieces.
Laid all my pieces.
Do not sneeze.
No. Yeah, take your hay fever pill for sure.
Yeah.
So now it's just
lock
a case.
the cat flap.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Do you have cats?
I have a cat.
Obsessed with lying on your fabric?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was doing it yesterday as I was trying to cut out. He was like, no, I'm here now.
Yeah, here now. Look
Yeah.
at me. What are you looking at? Oh, you're looking at this fabric, are you?
Yes.
Yeah. They do it every time. They do it every time.
Yeah.
Sorry, I digress.
That's okay. So we are going to start sewing from the top down, and we're going to attach this triangle onto this square. So the triangles, actually I'll do the black because it will probably show up better. So the triangles, when you line them up, because you can see this black one, it overhangs the square quite a bit. What you want to do is line up the corner of your triangle with the corner of your square, right there.
Got you. Top tip that.
Yep. And your dog ear, this triangle is going to overhang. Don't panic. It's supposed to. That's going to be cut off.
So don't line up the point, line up the right angle.
Right angle. There we
Perfect.
go. Yes, that's the one. That's the words I'm looking for.
Laurie got in touch to say good morning, Stuart. Good morning, Emma.
Oh, hi, Laurie.
Emma, you're looking gorgeous. Love
Oh,
your
thank you.
dress.
Thank you very much.
She got it from a gorgeous Italian man at Festival of
Festival
Quilts. That's quite a story. Loving your demo on this great quilt.
Oh, thank you very much.
Fab. Margaret says, good morning, Emma. See you got there without Link.
Yes.
Tell
Link
me.
is my cat.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, yeah. So he was helping me yesterday. I say helping.
Helping, yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
But cats totally know what we're doing, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
And they understand what's focusing our attention. I don't watch very much TV, but if I dare watch the television and not give Mrs. Mills a stroke,
Mm-hmm.
she will get up. And I mean, it's walking a tightrope, believe me. She's 19, but she can still do
Mm-hmm. bless
it.
her.
And she will stand literally in front of the TV screen
Mm-hmm.
and then just look at me as if to say, now what are you watching?
Yeah.
Is it Netflix still?
Yeah.
Or is it me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, Link is exactly the same.
So you chain piece this?
Yes. So I laid it all out, and then I sort of started from the beginning. So I only chain pieced a little bit at a
bit.
time. Yes. Because I want to make sure that I don't lose my train of thought, basically, because there are some
absolutely.
extra colours.
Am I allowed to have a quick look at the pattern?
Oh no, go for it.
Thanks.
Yeah.
And now I'm starting to see what you meant as well about it kind of is joined in rows.
Yeah.
They're just not straight up and down, they're
No.
kind of the other way.
Yeah.
But
At an angle.
yeah. But basically it's pretty straightforward, isn't it?
It is. There is one trick I will show you. So I have done one block. I've done two blocks rather. One is accurate. Well, one is the better way, if I put it that way.
Okay.
I'm just going to finger press these ones.
Now in terms of pressing the seams, are there instructions on which way to press?
There are.
And should we follow them?
Yes, absolutely. Because, and most of it is pretty straightforward. So when you're beginning to start to piece, most of them are pressed towards the square.
Okay.
They do change a little bit, but when you get to the point where you need to nest, so there's a couple of spots where you really need to nest, which is, I believe, here and here,
Okay.
so that you have a nice accurate line going
Yeah.
across, basically.
Yeah, it's got to join up, hasn't it?
It does. because you will notice it if it's a little bit off.
Yeah, I think that's what's so clever about the quilt. You have those interlocking and woven lines, but they're not full strips.
No.
They're made for different pieces. And if that was kind of broken, it wouldn't look so good.
No, it wouldn't.
Fair enough.
So you've also got a triangle that you attach onto a rectangle. If I lay it down, you'll see right here. Again, the edges of the triangle overlap. So my trick for lining it up is to fold and press to get the middle. And the same with the triangle, fold and press to locate the middle. And then you just line up those little pressed in creases.
Cool.
So you can center it.
And we should expect a little bit of overhang at both sides.
Yes, those will get trimmed.
Great. Interestingly, Emma, we had Tim Holtz paper crafting on our sister channel Hobby Maker yesterday.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Because of course he started with paper, didn't he? Tim. Oh, he's now.
Okay.
We're talking
Tell
about,
me about
lovely men. Tim Holtz, very lovely chap,
okay.
and he started as a paper crafter and really turned the whole world of paper crafting onto that kind of grunge and steampunk.
Yep.
And the kind of cogs and clocks and kind of aged and worn and all that sort of thing. And yeah, just a brilliant mind when it comes to design and creativity. So glad he put his designs onto fabric.
Oh yes, definitely, because this is absolutely gorgeous.
And I'm always on the lookout for fabrics which are non-gendered or suitable for people that want something that is non-flowery, sort of not pretty. It's not a pretty quilt, is it? It's a strong, kind of rich, sophisticated quilt.
It is. That's the word. I think sophisticated.
Yeah.
Because it's more about texture.
Yeah.
Yeah, which I really like.
And I love that he does fabrics which kind of tick that box.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, it's not about masculinity, femininity, is it?
No.
It's just about like a different look to...
Different aesthetic. Yeah.
Yeah, different aesthetic. Exactly that.
There we go. So I've got those bits done.
So you trim the dog ears as you go?
Yes.
Cool.
Yes. It works really well to do that with this quilt in particular, because then you've got nice straight edges to sew together.
Okay.
Because they aren't always the joins aren't always at the corner, except for those two bits that I said where you nest, because you're going to have seams at different
positions.
There we go. Thank you.
Told you, I got your bag.
Yes.
Oh, you did a flight from Arizona?
Yes.
When was the flight?
We left Wednesday evening. We got in Thursday midday.
So roughly. What time of day is it right now for you?
I have no idea.
No idea. Probably about 3 a.m.
Probably.
Yeah. Oh, bless you.
Yeah, we were 8 hours behind.
I think it's hard coming back from America, isn't it?
Yeah.
Going to quite easy.
It messes you up both ways, and it's not just the sleep pattern; it's the rest of it, because you get hungry at middle of the night and different things like that. So yeah,
I must be permanently jet lagged.
Okay.
I had a friend years ago who used to make a plate of sandwiches every night before she went to bed, just in case she woke up in the night and was hungry.
Oh wow!
I like that preparation.
That is a good idea.
It's key.
Yeah,
it's key.
I like her style.
So once you've sewn those triangles, squares, rectangles into those component parts, what's next?
Okay, so I'm just going to do this one last bit because I want to show you the better way rather than the not so better way.
Cool.
So you've got these are going to go into here. I'm going to finish sewing up this unit basically.
Right.
So this corner, the triangle will line up here. So we're doing a line up the right angles again.
Same rule as before?
Yes.
Cool.
So you've basically got a top and a bottom sort of corner bit, and then a strip across the middle. And it is literally just sewing your components together, your units together in order.
Okay.
As it says in the instructions and on the diagram,
Yeah, this top unit's a case of, is that if you think of them as strips, you're just sewing the strips together.
Yep.
Well, that's nice and easy.
The one tip I will say, as you can see when I'm sewing it, I'm laying it back out in the order that it should be made. Always recreate your block. So I do it with all the pieces, one to make sure that I've got all the bits that I need and they're cut correctly. And then as I go along, I also just recreate it just to reorientate myself to which piece needs to be sewn onto where.
Yeah, because there is that gremlin, isn't there, who sits on your sewing desk, who, as you move the fabric from here to the sewing machine, turns one of the fabrics. Yeah.
Yeah.
You got that gremlin?
I do.
Yeah.
I do.
I saw Susie Duncan was here yesterday, and she gave a great tip, which was as soon as she puts the fabrics together, she grabs one of the clips, little wonder clips or whatever, and just clips it on the seam that she's going to sew.
Nice. Yep.
Because it's that, isn't it? It's that especially when you're sewing squares together, like once you put two squares together, who knows which side, you know?
Yeah.
And then instantly you know I'm sewing this side. So I thought that was a great tip.
Yeah, that is a great one.
Thanks for getting in touch, everybody, by the way. Everyone's loving your dress, Emma.
Oh, bless you. Thank you very much.
We're loving the quilt. Now, don't forget, this is a brand new quilt kit from Tim Holtz and Free Spirit. The quality is amazing. We've dropped the price by £10 just because we're feeling kind of Easter and frivolous. It's all about knocking money off, dropping things today, enjoying the Easter weekend. It's a beautiful quilt, 70 inches square. And also remember, every time that you buy something in checkout, you're entered into our Shop to Win prize draw. Now, a winner will be picked and notified on Tuesday, I believe, for each of the days. Today's prize is this massive stack of fabrics from Tula Pink and Free Spirit. You get a charm pack, a strip roll, and a 10-inch charm pack in the white, and that's white overprinted with white. It's a Tula Pink coordinate, it's fab. But you also get exactly the same in the black as well. There's got to be at least a couple of £100 worth of fabrics there. Amazing prize, and literally to be in with a chance of winning that, you just have to shop with us today, check out. The more times you check out, the more entries you'll get into that draw. Now then, Emma.
So, you have got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 areas where your strips sort of extend to the edge. So if I lay this on here, you'll see the finished block. So these little lines right here, these are all done by attaching a triangle onto a square and then attaching another triangle of background onto whichever one it is. Now, this is the way I'd recommend doing it. So always sew your coloured triangle onto your coloured square first before attaching your background. If you don't, so if you do that, you'll end up with one that looks like this, so that all of your lines
Will you just show us the little
neatly.
bit on the block that you're talking about, the kind of...
So right here, so these lines will extend nice and straight. If you do that, it will extend nice and straight. So when you sew them together, you've got a nice line, straight line to attach them to. And there's, even if your seam allowance, well, it should all be the same, but it will match better, basically. If you don't attach your coloured triangle onto your coloured square, and then your background, if you do it the other way, where you attach this on here first before you add the black, you end up with a block that looks like this. So if I lay that down to compare.
I can see.
Yeah. So I attached my background triangle. It was over a bit more so you can see better. Background triangle onto the square before I added the coloured one.
I got
And you can see that little triangle overhangs.
Yeah.
Which in theory should disappear into the seam allowance when you sew your blocks together. But I can see that is a little bit more than 1/4 inch possibly. So there could be a chance that you might still see a little bit of that when it's sewn together.
And that would create a little step.
It would.
And that would spoil the illusion of
It
a straight
would.
line.
Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
So if you do always attach your coloured triangles onto your coloured square before, I did the same thing here as well. It's a little bit less obvious in the brown, but yeah, that's a little tip for that.
It's a great tip, thank you. That's a classic example of learning more from doing something wrong than always doing it right.
Yeah.
'Cause if you always do it right, you never learn anything, do you?
I only ever learn by mistakes. So
Me
yeah, so
too.
I do the mistakes so you don't have to.
Thank you.
The other tip I will say, if you're going to verify that your seam allowance is correct, I would start with the middle section, which is all just rectangles and squares sewn together. So you sew together these two squares.
And go ahead and sew. Plenty of time.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, perfect.
Yeah, let's sew.
Because I'll show you, because they're all cut, if your seam allowance is off, this middle section unit will be where you will be able to tell if it's off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If it's either too shallow or too deep.
Yes, because I've heard people say, and I think, you know, I used to think this too and think that it sounded feasible. You know, if your seam allowance isn't accurate, as long as you always use that seam allowance for everything will fit together, won't it? And of course, this is a good example because you're sewing something that's pieced
Yes.
to something that isn't pieced.
Yes.
And if they don't fit, they don't fit.
Exactly.
Then that's it.
Yeah.
Game over.
Yeah. I think what you said the first time works really well if all you're sewing is squares.
Yes.
Then it doesn't matter.
Right.
But for this one, where you've got a lot of different pieced pieces going together, like pieced bits attached to non-pieced bits,
Yeah.
you do have to make sure that it's all correct.
And just at the end of the day, like when you're putting a border on, I'm just making a quilt with French General's new range,
Oh,
La Vie
beautiful.
Bohème.
Oh, nice. I love
it's
French
so
General.
lovely. So I've never used it before.
Oh, okay.
Where have I been?
I know.
Where have I been? But like I'm putting the borders on now, and you know that sort of we've all been there where your piecing isn't very accurate, and then you come to put the border on, you think, oh, why is this such a nightmare? Why won't this fit?
Oh,
you
is
know?
it a pieced border as well? Or
Well, I mean, yeah.
yeah.
And,
Wow. Yeah.
but even a plain border, it would be lovely if you just could cut it the size it's supposed to be and sew it on.
Yeah.
And of course, if your blocks are accurate, that's what you can do.
Yeah.
And the whole thing is so much more enjoyable
Yeah.
when you don't have to start trimming and
Yeah.
fiddling.
Yes.
You
yes.
know?
So I've done my quarter of an inch, my two squares together, and you can see it is matching very well to this one.
Have we got a cheer sound effect?
Oh, thank you.
Or should we just make one in the studio?
So on this machine, I did it on my machine at home as well. So on the 680, I've got it at the quarter of an inch setting, 0.6, and I have nudged the needle to the right just by one. So it's at 8.4.
So even the quarter inch stitch isn't 100% reliable?
No, I always double check it. And it could just be where I line up my fabric. So it may vary person to person.
Yeah.
Because where I line up the edge of my fabric may not be where you line yours up and all of that. So,
right.
yeah.
And the thickness of the fabric, the thickness of the needle, the thread.
Thread, yes.
It all varies, doesn't it?
It does.
I mean, and also as well, that little unit that you're sewing there now, what a brilliant takeaway for every time you sew a quilt. Right, here's an idea. Cut yourself out of leftover fabric, 2.5 inch squares and a 2.5 by 4.5 inch rectangle. Sew the two squares together. Does the rectangle fit?
Yeah.
If it doesn't, change something now
Yes.
before you do your
Yes.
blocks.
Yeah, exactly. Then that will fit onto there.
Okay.
The other tip I will say, and this is only for if you're out somewhere between an 1/8 and a 1/16 of an inch. If you put your longer piece of fabric underneath the bit that you're piecing, the feed dogs do feed through that lower fabric through ever so slightly quicker than the top.
Okay.
And that will take up a little bit of slack. But I would use that trick a little sparingly, only if you absolutely need to.
And it's tiny amounts, isn't it?
Tiny amounts, but it will help as well.
Yeah, yeah. Don't be trying to gather up an inch.
No. Or you could, you just may not end up with the result that you anticipated.
It's a jigsaw puzzle, isn't it, patchwork?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think the satisfaction of actually finishing this one, having it accurate, and that even if it's only the person who made it who appreciates the work and the accuracy that was required to make it.
Yes, because you'd be forgiven when you look at this quilt for thinking that this was long strips of fabric and quite a sort of complicated pattern of partial seams and under and over and almost a woven effect. It's really actually very difficult to see how it's constructed just by looking. Yes. And that's how it should be.
It is, yeah, exactly. And there are no bias edges to worry about. There's no Y
So all those
seams.
triangles around the outside, the outside edge is on the straight of grain.
Oh, let's see.
Are they cut from quarter square or half square triangles?
The only bias edge is, there isn't any around the outside edge.
Perfect then.
Yeah, they're only sewn into the quilt.
Yeah.
Into the block. So all this edge is straight edge.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about it. So they're all sort of contained
stable
and stabilised, and they're not very long either.
Fabulous. Nice message.
There we go.
I'm quite a modern, classic. Oh, sorry. It's very tiny, and I'm 51. I don't want to do this, but. Bigger monitor, please. It's quite a modern, classic, timeless quilt. Great demo, Emma and Stuart. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome, just for being here.
Thank you. Yeah.
Leering.
It is. I really love it. I really do like this quilt.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah.
And I could imagine as well doing it so that this whole square was one colour, and then this one was another.
Yes. Or I would actually do one colour, but 4 different shades of the same colour.
Nice, love it.
There's so many variations that you could do once you've made this beautiful quilt.
It would make a great challenge, wouldn't it?
It would.
I'll make a version, you make a version, and let's... Georgie's got a message. Just a moment. Just a minute. With something so important like these lines matching, I always measure and mark a 1/4 inch seam allowance on my fabric with a friction pen. Georgie, I think that's a brilliant idea.
Yeah,
isn't it?
Perfect.
Mark your seam allowance.
Definitely. And it's one of those examples of there's no right or wrong way, only the way that works for you.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely. If you're comfortable doing that, then that is the best way of doing it.
It's a great idea, isn't it? It's a great idea. It's the same with dressmaking. You can make as many marks on it as you like, if it helps you achieve the result you want.
Yeah.
So once you've done that centre bit, can I shuffle over and get a little closer?
Oh yeah, go for it. Go for it.
It's going to creep and I go, well, now we're allowed.
So I will do these. I'm doing my coloured triangle onto my coloured square first.
This is that bit.
That's that bit, yeah.
They are gorgeous, gorgeous colours. I loved the range when it came out. I just fell in love with the whole kind of textured, mottled, just lovely.
I love it. And some of my favourite colours. I mean, I love, and you could almost be kind of mustardy, teal, magenta. I love that combination.
Gorgeous.
Yeah.
Really gorgeous. And remember, you get everything in the quilt kit. Everything you need, including the fabric for the binding.
Yes.
Which is so important because, you know, you need that consistency.
You do. You do need it to match. You do need it to go with each other. Now
this has got, Emma, personal opinion now, this has got a sort of self-coloured binding. So the binding blends with that final border. What's your go-to with bindings? Do you have a go-to?
It depends on the quilt, I would say. I tend to go for a different colour. Something that would sort of finish off and frame the whole thing, but would go with all of it.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do go with one that actually just blends in really well. I can't remember what I've got on the Quiltsburgh. I think
Green.
it is.
It's
Yeah.
a green solid.
Yeah. So
It's
something-
lovely.
yeah, thanks. It's a contrasting,
Yeah.
but something that will blend with all of it.
Mm.
Yeah, I do like the binding to sort of finish and contain it all together. But I do
suppose
like
sometimes
this.
like that. Yeah, it's about that. This is the final
Yeah,
edge.
yeah.
Yeah. I was just interested in, you know, one quilt designer to another. What's your go-to? Because sometimes, you know, I don't know if you're like me, but sometimes I look at my work and I think, should I change? Do I always do the same thing? And do you ever get that? Or
I think it is important to sort of push the boundaries.
yes.
One thing that I have done in the past, not necessarily for binding, but I like using a jelly roll and the jelly roll patterns, because all the fabrics in a jelly roll aren't necessarily ones that you would put in, or it challenges you to
Forces you.
Yeah, have to find a place for it.
Yeah.
So you either use a different colour or
Yeah.
a different texture.
Any charm
Yeah.
pack or layer
Yeah,
cake,
yeah.
it does the same, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're a good teaching tool for
They are.
yourself.
Yeah, and it's just nice fun for me. I like it. It's a fun
Yeah.
challenge to
Yeah, I like
use
that.
them all up and to make them effective. Yeah.
I like that. Yeah, very much. Is there anything, while you're sewing, I don't
Oh,
want to
yeah,
interrupt
yeah.
you, but I'm interested to know, is there anything that you would never, any technique or anything that you'd never use on a quilt? Or things that you like, I couldn't, a colour you never use?
Well, for
Shall I
technique.
ask you in private?
Yeah, no. So for technique, I have not been a fan of foundation paper piecing.
Okay.
Because I struggle.
okay.
I struggle to get them to make, when I flip it,
Right.
for it to cover.
Right.
I've learnt to love it a little bit.
Okay.
So
Why?
I made a mariner's compass
Yeah.
with free motion. With foundation, and I sort of developed my own little trick to make sure that when I place the piece of fabric,
Yes.
that it will cover when I turn it over.
Which was? We
So-
need to know, Emma.
Oh, okay. So I pin it.
Right.
I pin the two bits each
As if
corner.
it was the seam allowance.
Yeah, I pin it in the seam allowance. I pin each corner so I can see where it's all going to go, and then I flip it over just to make sure. And then I just
Perfect.
reposition it all so that it is in the right spot.
Yeah.
But I struggled for a long time, and I've kind of learned to love it.
It's about finding the quilt you want to make.
Yes.
That makes you learn
Yes.
the technique, isn't it?
It is. But I haven't actually ever done English paper piecing.
Oh, okay.
I have my own way of doing the American
Yeah.
hand piecing way of doing it.
Okay.
But other than that, I'd say I'm pretty much game
For anything.
Game for anything.
Cool.
Yeah, I've even demonstrated foundation paper piecing, which has been a struggle for me
Yeah.
because I do struggle with it.
Smiling and doing it at the same time.
Yes.
And is there a colour you'd never use? I'm asking all the difficult questions today.
I don't think so. I don't think there's a colour that I don't particularly like. No, I can't. I see the beauty in all of them, to be
Good.
honest with you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Is that the gardener, the botanist in you?
could be. It could be.
Anyway, coloured triangle, coloured square.
Coloured triangle,
Done.
coloured square. Done. Oh, I've got to press that towards the square.
Okay.
So I'm going to trim that off. So then that goes this way. That will need to be trimmed, and that will go there. That goes there.
So it looks to me like it's all about being methodical, row by row, and keep laying it out so you haven't turned or twisted.
Yes, that's the way I've put it together.
Cool.
Yesterday, and it worked really well. So I would sew these two together, so then that's your unit for the top,
Mm-hmm.
and then these go together here, and then that's your strip for the middle. And then there's one larger unit here.
Now this is made in a few more sections.
A few more sections. So it's essentially similar to this one, only you've got the tan added, and the same here, but these turn it into the bottom section, which is a little bit larger.
Oh, I see.
And then the strip and that one.
So so that gets sewn together.
Yep.
That gets sewn together, and then that gets sewn to that.
Yeah, and
then that's the whole section, and then the two get joined.
Yes. Yeah.
Perfect.
And I think it's one of these. This is one of those quilts I like. If you're going to a quilt group and you don't know what to take, this is perfect because you've got a chance to just sit and just do it.
Yes.
And lay it out, and there's no cats to mess it up. But if you just do one block at a time methodically like that, I mean, there's how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, so 25. So you can just do one block at a time. And what I like about it is that there's enough different colours and enough different pieces to keep it interesting.
Oh, it is interesting, yeah.
Even though it's the same block over and over again, it keeps you engaged.
It's a bit of a blessing though, isn't it, when the placement's very particular, but then at least like the next block it starts to feel familiar. By block 25 you'll have it cracked.
Yeah, definitely.
Fab.
Yeah.
Now talking of numbers, those of you that have the Tim Holtz Croc Jungle kit in your baskets, do remember to check out. Those numbers are getting seriously limited now, and there's a danger that they're going to get taken from your baskets and checked out by someone else. Now let me show you what's in the quilt kit, if you want to carry on sewing.
Oh, yeah, I will.
Like, yeah. Fabulous to see the whole block though, how it goes together, and all those great cutting tips. It's been such a good hour, Emma.
Yeah, it's fun.
So in your quilt kit you get your all important instructions, of course, and what's lovely is you get a flat shot of the quilt on the front, but also on the back of it it's kind of diagram form as well, which I just think is super useful. You've got your layout diagram. This is what Emma's been referring to, those different sections, and then the finished block at the bottom. Very, very comprehensive instructions. Not huge instructions, because it's all about that one block, and once you've got that put together, you're away. Now then, let's undo the ribbon and let's have a proper look. Yeah, the ribbon's off now.
Yeah.
That's it. The gloves are off. So you're getting beautiful fabrics from Tim Holtz Worn Croc range. This delicious green, Everglade,
Yes.
I believe, Everglade. I'm going to get the key out now.
Yep.
Visual texture, not real texture, so don't expect the fabric to be bumpy. It's smooth quilt weight cotton, but the effect is incredible. Then you get Nightfall, which is this sort of deep, sort of brownish black. Then you get, this is Pebble. This is Pebble. And then you get more of this one, because this is your outer border and binding as well. This is Wildberry, which is delicious and juicy. Oh, sorry, I told you a fib. This is Murky. This is Murky. I need to talk to Tim about the names.
Yeah.
I'm not 100% sold on Murky.
Well, I think it sounds like it's all, because it's all crocodile, it all sounds like it's Florida.
Yes.
Everglades.
Yes.
And I'm sure there are some murky bits of the Everglades.
Oh, for sure.
Swamps,
yes.
so.
But it would be like calling one of them Swamp, you know.
Oh, yeah.
They have swamps there too. But
That's true.
yeah. I remember years ago writing an article for a magazine, and I wanted to mention a particular yarn that I'd found. It was a gorgeous kind of grey shade. The grey was beautiful, and it was really in at the time. Yeah. And all I had was a shade number, and I wanted to be able to say the actual name.
Yeah.
So I contacted the yarn company and said, what is this yarn colour actually called? Did you know what it was called? Glum.
Oh.
Glum. And I was like, oh,
really?
okay then. What can you do?
Really?
So that's your Pebble, that's your background colour. And then that large outer border is in this rose called Provision. Absolutely glorious. Now, don't forget, if it's going in your basket, it's not yours till you've checked out. Now, when you check out, if it's your first checkout of the day, you'll pay $3.95 postage. But that's it then for the rest of the day. But also, very importantly, you'll definitely get your quilt kit once you've checked out. No one can take it from your basket once you've checked out. But also, you'll be entered into our Shop to Win prize draw. Now, every single person that shops with us today, every time you shop with us today, you'll be entered into that prize draw. And that will be to win. One winner will win this massive bundle of Tula Pink fabrics. You get two 10-inch stacks, two 5-inch stacks, and two 2.5-inch strip rolls. You've got the black, you've got the white, you get it all. And the design, if I just show you, it's quite difficult to see, but it's this tone on tone. And you get these swallows. Are you seeing any of that? Swallows, hearts, spot stars. It's terrific, and it's white on white, grey on black, really super. And these are your sort of, so if you want to make a quilt with a pre-cut, but you don't want to have to do any cutting, these are the way to go. Fabulous. So you get all of that in your quilt kit. There's more than 6 meters of fabric in total, beautifully packaged, as I think it was it Jean earlier on who messaged in? So gorgeous, quite difficult to cut into, but you must. You've got to help it fulfill its destiny. Now, yeah, Maxine has a question. Hi. So just to confirm, it's just an accurate 1/4 inch. Did I hear that dreaded phrase, scant 1/4 inch? If so, can you explain scant, please?
Oh, yes. That's
a really good question, Maxine. Very good question. So what does it mean when we say a scant 1/4 inch?
So,
what should we be using for this?
I have used a scant.
Yep.
So,
I mean, the pattern says use a 1/4 inch seam allowance throughout. Okay, that's what the pattern says. You've made the quilt. You say use a scant 1/4 inch.
yes, so a scant is, when you measure a 1/4 inch, when you've sewn your piece together, if you put your ruler on and you measure a 1/4 inch from the raw edge, a scant 1/4 inch, you won't be able to see the stitching on this side of the ruler. It should just sit right underneath the edge, so you should just barely be able to see that sewing line. If it's a full 1/4 inch, then when you lay your 1/4 inch there and you line it up with the raw edge, you should be able to see your line of stitching just on this side of the ruler. That is a full 1/4 inch.
Gotcha.
That's the difference. So it's literally a hair's breadth between them.
Right.
But when you get a lot of hair's breadth, then it sort of adds up.
Yes, it
And
does.
there's a lot of piecing in this block. So that's why if you use a scant 1/4 inch, it just makes your block a lot more accurate.
Yeah.
If your block...
But you don't want to go the other way, do you? Because
Oh,
I've
no.
said sometimes in classes, you know, skinny 1/4, you know, don't be generous with your 1/4 inch, you know, err on the side of skinny rather than generous. And then some people will use an 1/8 inch seam allowance and the block's too big.
Yeah.
So the thing to do, I think, is cut yourself two 2.5 inch squares, one 2.5 inch by 4.5 inch rectangle. So
Here you
the
go.
2 squares together, thank you. Just this bit of the unit here. Sew the 2 squares together and then try sewing the rectangle on, Maxine. If the rectangle fits perfectly, right, you've done it.
Yep.
You've done it. That's your seam allowance.
Yeah.
You know, we both agree, don't we, Emma? It's every single quilt that we make, we start by testing our 1/4 inch seam allowance on that day, with that fabric, with that machine, with
And
the
that
thread,
that needle.
That needle.
Yeah.
We always test our seam allowance, and we've been quilting for decades. It's not about how many years you've been quilting. It's just on the day, with that foot.
Yeah.
Some quarter-inch feet, other quarter of an inch feet, and that shouldn't put you off. Don't let that be a point of, oh gosh, that sounds like a lot of hassle. It's just recognising the reality. The fabric thickness, the thread thickness, all do make a difference. If you do that quick little test, 2 squares and a rectangle, sew them together, away you go. Away you go.
Yeah.
And then you don't have to worry about, is it quarter of an inch, is it scant quarter of an inch? It's about getting the right results.
Yeah, exactly.
I hope that helps.
Yeah.
And that hasn't thrown a spanner.
No.
Couple more minutes, Emma.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, we're running over slightly, but little, you know, we're loving the quilt kit. We're loving you, Emma.
Oh, bless you.
Can I just mention as well, there are single figures of the quilt kit left now, if you've all checked out, once you've all checked out. So, it's a smashing project though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really enjoyable. I mean, I really like this one.
And there's so many people as well that I think this quilt would suit, who I know. And people who might normally struggle with what to make for them.
And very often when people hear the word quilt, especially if it's not if they're more modern tastes, they're like, ooh, they think Amish, they think very traditional. Yeah. But actually, I think there's a quilt for everybody. You just got to find the right quilt.
There has to be.
Yeah.
We haven't yet found the quilt for Mummy Hillard.
Oh dear.
I am going to put that out there.
Oh, okay.
No, still not. My mum loves every single quilt I've ever made.
Okay.
I think mostly because she loves me.
Oh.
Which is lovely. My mum will be shouting at the television now. I do. I know she will. But I say to her, have the quilt. And she goes, no, it's fine. It's not my, I love it, but it's not my taste. Yeah. So I haven't yet found the quilt for her, but I'm going to keep quilting until I do.
She's discerning.
Very much so. You're good at this. Love it. Now then, we've just got 3 minutes left, Emma.
Oh, okay.
Show us what you can. So what size should the block be when we've made it raw edge to raw edge?
Oh, good question. It's in centimetres. So
oh, is it?
Yeah, we may need, it says 27 by 27. I'm guessing that might be 12 inches.
Okay.
Finished.
Dare I measure your block? Should I measure your block?
Sure.
We're all different, as long as they fit together.
Yes.
That's what matters. Does it fit? Do the points match? 10.6 inches. We'll call it 10.5. 10.5 inch square. That's a 10.5 inch square by my money. Exactly a 10.5 inch square. Stop sounding surprised. You're a sewing superstar on Sewing Street, Emma Bradford. Come on.
It's true.
Come on. Hey, we announced our Search for a Sewing Star winner yesterday.
I saw that.
Very exciting. Lovely. Emily. Yeah, Emily from Barnsley.
Oh, nice.
Near my neck of the woods.
Okay. Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah. So very excited. I haven't met her yet.
Okay.
I'm excited to work with her. See what she comes up with.
Yeah.
It's always exciting. Every designer has their own handwriting. So where are we at?
We are at this one. I'm going to sew that onto there. This one is...
I see. And then the triangle.
That way. And then this goes onto here. And
Gotcha.
I just need my bit in the middle. So we're getting there.
Yeah, we are. Like you say, it's all about the visuals, isn't it?
Yeah.
Checking every time.
Having an order. And the words do tell you very clearly which way to press your seams.
Cool. So they're useful to read, but I'm like you, I'm looking at the diagram.
I'm looking at the diagram. Yeah, I did the diagram, but then I did read it. And I'm like, ooh.
After you've made the block. Go on, admit it.
No. Actually, it was while I was doing it because it was to press.
Okay,
I'm like,
good.
I'm sure it must tell me which way to press because there's so many different seams.
I'm just judging you by my sense. I never read instructions, Emma, ever.
Yeah, I do glance. I try to be good.
You're better than me. Well, Emma, it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you so much for everything you've taught me and everybody else in this last hour. It's been fab. You're back in an hour, aren't you?
Yeah.
With Springtime in Quiltsburgh.
Yeah.
Fantastic, can't wait. Thank you, Emma.
Thank you.
Do remember to check out your baskets. There are just a few of those quilt kits left once you've all checked out. So to be quick, we'll see you in an hour, Emma, and I'll see you after this break.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too. Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
Hi there, welcome back. There's a clue, it's coming. Now welcome back to Sewing Street. If you're just joining us and wondering what's all this about, it's Easter Sunday and we're Sewing Street. I'm Stuart Hillard. It's wonderful to have your company. We've got a great hour now focusing on some really great tools, but also some great notions, some great fabrics as well, and some really gorgeous thread. But we're starting with a really fantastic book, and this is a back in stock book. Now when this launched, it sold out really fast. We didn't have enough. We've managed to get more stock in, and it's a fab book, really lovely. It's $18.99. It's paper piecing all year round by Mary Hurtle. Now this is foundation paper piecing, which I'm a huge fan of. Emma Bradford and I were just talking about it. It's a technique that she had to make herself embrace, but when you find the block you want to do, when you find the quilt you want to do, there's your motivation. Now you've got 24 blocks within the book. There are 7 mix and match projects to sew, but also, I mean, the blocks are super cute. And if you think you know what foundation piecing is, and you know, you can do log cabin blocks and you can do, you know, this kind of blows that out the water, because hello, I mean, just gorgeous. And these might just be the blocks that you need to motivate you to learn or perfect foundation paper piecing. Now it's a great book, split into seasons. To start with, there's a really good explanation of how to do foundation paper piecing. But if you're a visual learner, I have done a video that's on YouTube on paper piecing, foundation piecing. It's not under my Stuart Hillard Makes channel, unfortunately, because I did it really long time ago. I'm really thin and really young looking. That's how you can tell. Could have been last week, thank you, good. It wasn't. But I show you how to do foundation piecing. So if you just search on YouTube, foundation piecing Stuart Hillard, you'll find it. And there's, and that's how to do the technique. But it's really well explained in the book anyway. So, excuse me, there are some really lovely projects in the book. Really like this sort of mini quilt series. But then let's just get through. There's a pillow, there's hand towel. Just show you some different ways of using the pieced blocks. But then we actually get to the block panels, and I just think these are terrific. Really, really worth learning the technique. You've got the snowman and a second snowman. You've got this gorgeous Valentine heart with a bow. I think that's beautiful and would be so gorgeous to make a whole quilt out of. A heart with arrow piercing it, a gnome with fish, a gnome with flower, super cute. Could easily make that more Christmassy, couldn't you? An April bunny in a flower pot, that is super cute. A chick in a flower pot. A butterfly in profile, and a butterfly sort of flat out. The June watering can, and a pot of tulips. This is cool. Now this says patriotic pup with glasses, and that's simply because of the fabrics that have been used for the glasses, but it doesn't need to be so. That would be really cool to make some pillows, cushions, or a quilt out of. And again, you know, it's a dog in a top hat, which I can think of so many ways in which I would use. Then next up, you've got the August, the crab. Always associate crabs with August. I don't know about you. The octopus, again. But again, sort of sea-themed projects, perfect. Acorns, the squirrel, love the teeth, love the teeth. The cat with bow tie. Now again, I can just imagine, can you imagine making a quilt out of these for a cat lover, or a bag? You know, different coloured bow ties on each of the cats would be so much fun. October cat with hat. A turkey. December Christmas puppy, that is super cute. And this one is my absolute favourite. I don't know if you can see that block down there, but that is absolutely adorable. And of course, all these blocks finish the same size, so they could all be made into like a calendar quilt. You could mix and match them together, absolutely super cute. Now, I don't know if you noticed within that book, but there was an Easter bunny. There was an Easter bunny, okay? I'm not wearing these for nothing, you know. Here's your clue. Message the studio. If you've spotted, you canny people, you, eagle-eared, I don't know what the correct word should be, but if you were listening really carefully, you might have picked up that I dropped a word, but what was that word? Easter bunny. Message the studio, please. Email us, studio@sewingstreet.com. Did you spot it? You could win £10 if you do. Remember, all you've got to do is email in and say, Stuart dropped the word, and the word was... Well, I heard that. Did you hear that? Right, this book, fantastic, love it. Let's drop the price a little bit. Come on, it's Easter bunny. There you go, $12.99. Fantastic. For that, you're getting 24 blocks to mix and match to create projects for throughout the year. Now, let's do a price comparison. Let's see what you could be paying elsewhere. Okay, so this is on the WH Smith website. You can get that book. You can pay £15.19. It's reduced. It's reduced from $18.99. That's the RRP. That's where we were at. WH Smith doing it £15.19. But our price is $12.99. Grab it while you can. Really nice price. Remember as well, when you make a purchase, you'll be entered into our Shop to Win prize draw. Today's prize is that massive bundle of Tula Pink pre-cuts. Now then, absolutely gorgeous, gorgeous book this. Great chance to use your scraps. There are all the blocks, actually, shown on one page. It's working out at 54 pence per block. And remember, of course, if you use this then to create some satchels, pillows, quilts, what about combining some of the different blocks? Watering cans, flowers, butterflies. Now, there's no reason why you shouldn't paper piece just the flower pot and just do this whole section as one big rectangle, for example. You could applique instead, but you could combine those to create your own quilt blocks or your own quilts. Lots and lots of value in this, lots of different ways to use them. Now, I was just going to have a quick look and tell you the size of the finished block, just to give you a sense. 8-inch. 8-inch block. They're 8-inch blocks. I think there must be 7.5-inch finished. Yeah, you trim the block to 8-inch square with seam allowance included on that. So your your finished block will be 7.5 inches square, but all of the blocks finish at the same size, so you could mix and match every single one of them. So some lovely ideas for how to use your quilt. This one, your blocks rather, this one adds a border and then a checkerboard just at the bottom, quilt and bind it. That's really lovely for a sort of mini quilt. Now imagine those done, for example, with the acorns, or maybe with the cat with the bow tie and the cat with the witchy hat on. That would look cute. And you can actually see that up here, that's been done to show a bit of variety. So rather than using a checkerboard underneath, the author here has used pinwheels. And that looks great. Now actually what you could do is you could create that as your block, use different nice bright scraps here for your pinwheels, do the same colour for the bow tie and a border, and then have maybe 12 different blocks like this, all different cats, and piece that together for a quilt. And some of the blocks you could have the pinwheels along the bottom, some of them you could have on the top, and then alternate them in your quilt. That would look so cool. If you've never tried foundation piecing before, there is a really good how-to at the start with how to create your blocks, how to do the technique itself, all right, and also recommended products. You might notice the 1/4 ruler. We got it. You might also notice the Carol Doak paper. I'll just show you here. It's a recommended product. Wait a minute. I saw it. Here we go, look, tools. I recommend Carol Doak's foundation paper by C&T Publishing. So we have that too. You can use ordinary printer paper if you prefer, but Carol Doak's paper prints really easily, tears really easily when you're ready to remove it, and doesn't distort. Little video for you to watch. Blocks from the book. Oh, that's cute. Oh, I like that. Little bit of embroidery on those too. Oh, the cat's so cute with the googly eyes. That is really cute. Love it. Oh, that's my favourite. I would add a pom-pom at the end of the Santa hat and do that on a stocking. Really cute blocks, aren't they? Absolutely fab. The value is incredible because you're getting 24 blocks. Our price is $12.99, which means that you're paying a fraction over 50 pence per pattern. 54 pence per block. Every single one of them a gorgeous project. The RRP, which is covered by a sticker on the book. Can I peel it off? No, not really. Can I? Okay. I'm going to peel it off. It's look, there we go. Oh, it's $21.95. It's not even in English. $18.99. Yes, WH Smith, $18.99. They're selling it for £15.19, but you can get it here today up till midnight for $12.99. It's just back in stock. It absolutely flew last time we had it on air. It's paper piecing all year round from Mary Hurtle. A message. Really love this book and have made several projects out of this book. Caroline from Norfolk. Which part of Norfolk? I used to live in Norfolk. Thanks for the message. Yeah, really fun to make. And they're just totally different to anything that you can make using regular piecing. And some lovely opportunities for embellishing as well. You could add a little bell to the collar on the cats or at the bottom of the bow tie. That would be really fun. 4 of those on a cushion with some sashing and a border. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful. Now then, can I just show you another book that is also by Mary Hurtle that we've got on the show? Because if you love foundation piecing or you want to be able to make blocks which will absolutely blow everyone's socks off, this is really worth looking at. Now this is called So Magical, and this is 16 blocks, 7 projects. We're going to drop the price. It should be £20.99. We're dropping it to £15.99. Now then, these blocks are quite literally out of this world, and if you've got someone in your family who is obsessed with unicorns or mermaids or dragons and castles, knights of old, fairies, gnomes, if you want to be able to make them a quilt or a quilt project, this is the absolute perfect book. So techniques, first of all, a toss pillow. Love it. Love the rainbow mane. Thank you very much. That is gorgeous. Look at that. You know, Prides are coming up. There you go. If you want to celebrate that. What a lovely project. Here is a lovely, I mean, this would be great. Look, here's the fairy. Add a little pocket. It's now a tooth fairy pillow, isn't it? To bring out. Maybe put a little pocket here. You pop the tooth in. Go back later. What do you get now for a tooth? Is it £1? It was always, I was about 50p in my day. It's twopence, a sixpence. It's probably about a tenner now, isn't it? There's a gorgeous lap quilt here. I'm going to flick straight through to the blocks actually so that you can see what you're getting. Because I think they're all important. So you get your unicorn. Now this one has a rainbow mane, but of course you could do the mane in pastel pink. You could do it in fabric that's got glitter on it. You could make the horn out of a metallic fabric. Foundation piecing allows you to use those difficult fabrics that we wouldn't touch normally in our normal piecing because we'd be afraid of them stretching or distorting. You could use velvet, you could use brocade, whatever you like. We have a sort of unicorn rampant on this one, kind of, you know, I love this, rather dainty. I'd be putting gold, I'd be using gold lame for the hooves. That's just me. The gnome has a 3-dimensional nose on it, obvs. I do love a gnome's nose. You've got the princess. Beautiful. And again, you can, she's pointing one way. If you want her pointing the other way, so you could have two coming together, all you've got to do is kind of flip the pattern, which you could, you know, sort of mirror image on your computer. Same with the fairy. This would be so cute to have two of them kind of leaning into each other. Absolutely gorgeous. You've got your dragons, a couple of those. You've got your mermaid, and again, great fun to make. Different hair colour, different bra, or bikini I should say. I said bra on screen. Different colour tail. Bra is not a word I have not drawn. Don't email in. Don't email. Don't email it. Please don't email. I need this job. You've got the wizard. You've got the wizard. You've got the seahorse. Now the seahorse would marry up really, really well. In the other book, remember, we had the crab and the octopus. Now we've got a seahorse. You've got a griffin. You've got Pegasus. You've got a cyclops. You've got a knight of old. Gorgeous knees, love that. A hydra, very nice. A castle. I mean, that is absolutely glorious. And so many ways that you could embellish these blocks as well with things like beads, embroidery, bells. The mermaid, what about doing like a little pearl necklace? That would be really fun. Absolutely gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Great fun. Goes really, really well with paper piecing all year round. Again, it's about finding the block that makes you say, you know what, I need to learn foundation piecing because I need to make that unicorn because my son, my daughter, my nephew, my niece would love that. And there's your motivation. Great for pillows, great for quilts, and also things like bags. Absolutely magical. Now, so magical is flying out the door on dragon wings. There are 8 left. There has been a price drop, remember, it should be $20.99 for So Magical. Your price today is $15.99. But once stocks are gone, or midnight tonight, that price will go up. We've also got paper piecing all year round, 24 mix and match blocks. It should be $18.99, but today you'll pay just $12.99. But again, limited stock, so do be quick. Now then, can we look at a couple of other things for paper piecing? Is that all right? Okay, so add a quarter ruler. Okay, so what we've got is the add a quarter small ruler. Yeah, here's the shortest ruler. So this one's $12.99. It is 6 inches long. We do have the large one as well. Now then, if I was going to advise you, should I buy the small one or the large one? I guess, sorry, it's that one. I guess if I was to pick, I'd say buy the large one. Simply because that will take you through from the smallest block to the biggest block. If you're intending on doing quite small blocks, say for example, paper piecing all year round, and those are the kind of size blocks, I'd say probably the smaller ruler, fine, but a bit more versatility with the long one because you could do much larger blocks. You've got a longer, although you can move this one down for trimming, so you pays you money, you takes your choice, I think, on that one. This one right here is $12.99. And we use this to add the 1/4 inch when we're trimming the fabric so that we've got an accurate place to put our next bit of fabric. It's got like a little lip, there's like a little ridge along the side. Again, recommended by Mary Hurtle and by me, terrific. Now we've also got the large version of the add a quarter ruler. This one is 12 inches long, I believe. And this one, yeah, 12 inches long. Again, same principle. You've got measurements down here, so you can use it for measuring. You've got your lip along here as well for adding that 1/4 inch. It's $17.99 for the 12-inch version. Very, very useful. And if you look after it, you know, it's the kind of thing you only really need to buy once. Now then, last thing that's recommended in the book are Carol Doak's foundation paper sheets. Now you get 100 sheets of this. This will run through your inkjet printer, your home computer printer. So you can scan or trace the block onto a piece of paper, scan it in, and then print off as many copies as you need. Now then, no shrinking, no curling, no turning brittle when you iron it. Holds up beautifully during stitching, tears away easily when you're done. It's lightweight, so it's not going to create bulk when you're joining sections together. And in both of the books you'll see there are different sections to join together. So at some of these points you're going to have multiple seam allowances coming together. Fabric adds bulk. The last thing you want is thick paper adding extra bulk. So this paper is very lightweight and won't add bulk to your seams. You do, of course, remove the paper at the end. Now, that's the foundation paper. That is $14.99. And you get 100 sheets. Now then, a little fat quarter bundle for you. If you're just starting out with foundation piecing, good fabrics to start with. Solid, so you don't have to worry about direction. And very, very reasonable price. You're getting 7 fat quarters here in these gorgeous jewel shades, including a black, for £12.22. Great for your stash as well, actually. Just great. Christine's messaged in. Did you say bra, Stuart Hillard? Nothing. That's nothing compared to Rebecca Reed when she said something else. I laughed for ages. I was here the day she said it. Fabulous. £1.74 per fat quarter. Amazing deal. Amazing value. I'll just open up a fat quarter so you can see what that looks like. It's half of a ½ metre. So really good size. So you'll have a self edge down one side. They're all cut in house. So if you've bought our solids before, it's all Rose and Hubble quality fabric. Beautiful, beautiful. And some really lovely jewel bright colours in there. Great for adding to your stash. So that's our little fat quarter bundle that we've got. Now, yes, now talking of beautiful rainbow colours, thinking about the, well, any of the foundation piece blocks, this is gorgeous. Now these aren't solids, but the pattern is nice and subtle and is still going to be fantastic for foundation piecing. Of course I'm having to put them into colour order, but that way you get to see the gorgeous fabrics in this range too. You're getting in total 18 different fabrics, so 9 meters of fabric in total. And they come in this gorgeous rainbow of colours. There's some really, oh, there's another green in there. Let me just pop that in. I mean, these are absolutely stunning fabrics, aren't they? Really, really beautiful. I'm going to start my second pile round here, going into the blues, and then purples and lilacs. These are all Alison Glass fabrics. I bet lots of you have recognised that anyway. She's a fabulous designer. And if you love that sort of gorgeous rainbow of modern fabrics, I don't think you can do better. Just glorious. Although there is a new range of fabric that is I've very much got my eye on, which is called, I think it's called Quilts, Fabrics from the Basement, or From the Basement by Juicy Juice for Andover, and that is gorgeous. I shall be having a word upstairs. But these Alison Glass fabrics, absolutely sumptuous. That rainbow is divine, makes me very happy. You're getting half a metre of fabric for free, so you're only paying for 18 and a half of these pieces of fabric. No, I've got that wrong, haven't I? 17 and a half. The 18th piece of fabric is free. Yes. Yes. Half a metre is free. There we go. Those are your Alison Glass fabrics. Keep going through for them, and keep going through on your books as well. Very limited stock on the So Magical, and also of course that paper piecing all year round. Very, very popular. Oh, lovely. Now then, next up we've got gorgeous threads, and we've got some really, really nice thread collections actually. We've got a Gutermann thread selection. We've got 2 of these. These are lovely. So, still on that rainbow theme, this is Gutermann thread. Now, I love Gutermann thread. If you've seen pictures of my studio, you'll know it's all Gutermann thread in my studio. Love it. What you're getting here are 10 reels of thread. Now, value-wise, this is incredible because you've got 10 reels of thread to start with. Now, each spool is going to be £1.99, so there's £20 worth of value just in the thread. But you're also getting a pack of, now I think there are 6 needles, aren't there? 5 needles. 5 Schmetz needles, universal. Again, a couple of pounds at least, £2.50. And then you're also getting a pack of hand sewing needles as well from Prim, and I think you're getting 30 needles, hand sewing needles as well. So your £19.99 is just in your thread. Gorgeous rainbow of colours there, but then you're also getting a pack of Schmetz universal needles and a pack of hand sewing needles. Really, really gorgeous that. £19.99. Yeah, £3 for the universal needles, £3.49 for the needles. Oh, sorry, for the hand sewing, £3.49 for those. And then the universal needles, pack of 5, it's got to be at least a couple of pounds. So you're saving around about £5 or so. Yeah, absolutely fab. Now then, still on the thread section. This is very, I'm not dropping a word now, I'm just going to say, this is very Easter, I feel. Very spring, very soft, very pastel, very baby as well. Gorgeous little selection there of soft pastels. It goes extremely well with Emma Bradford's gorgeous springtime in Quiltsburgh. Beautiful, lovely. So what you're getting in here are 10 reels of thread. These are gorgeous. Are these cotton threads? Yes, they are, aren't they? These are 100% cotton threads. Oh no, are they? Oh no, they're polyester. They're polyester, but they have a lovely kind of matte finish, which I tend to associate with cotton thread. So that's really lovely. I like that. Gorgeous pastel selection. And then you also get a seam gauge included. Now the value in this is amazing because you've got 8 reels of thread. So we're already talking about £16 for 8 reels of thread. Then you're getting a seam gauge as well, but you're only paying £13.99 for the whole pack. I think this has got gift drawer written all over it. Absolutely gorge. £1.74 per spool of thread if you were just buying the thread for £13.99. So brilliant saving. Then you're getting the seam gauge as well. Now that seam gauge has got, now this is a metric seam gauge. So really useful actually if you're a dressmaker and you're using European patterns that are in centimetres, and actually quite a lot of modern dressmakers are using centimetres even in this country. So that's useful. Also useful if you're a quilter and you're converting and you want to check your seam allowances as you go, especially again if you're using perhaps one of the European magazines or a European book. Always a good idea to use your seam gauge just to check your accuracy. Remember we were talking in the last hour with Emma Bradford about how important accuracy is when you're sewing. It's kind of everything. Now then, where would you like to go next? Yes, 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 yes. Now then, have we got a hand sewing needle? Have we got a hand sewing needle, please, and some thread? I'm just going to show you how you use this. These are so clever. I've got one of these. I love it. Particularly good if you're a hand sewer, if you're hand sewing bindings or something like that. I'll just talk it through, don't worry, Kat. Basically what you do, I'm going to open this up and show you. So this is a case for storing pre-threaded needles, all right? So you take your lid off, and then what you'll do is each of these little slots in here, they're all numbered. So they start with 1, 2, 3, and they go up to 10. So you can store 10 pre-threaded needles in here. And what you do is you thread your needle up with your length of thread, and then you push the needle in, and there's sort of like almost a foamy core inside here. You push your needle into that until just the eye is kind of sticking out here, level, and then you wind. Can you hear it clicking? You wind this around, and it draws the thread onto, there's like a reservoir inside here. It winds it around, okay, until all the thread's gone. And then you wind it on to number 2. Park your needle with your thread, wind it on. 3, 4, 5. So you can put up to 10 pre-threaded needles, all wound on. So literally all that will be sticking out is the eye of the needle and a little bit of the coloured thread. Pop that on. And then when you want to sew, you literally grab hold of your needle, pull it out, and the thread just comes straight out. No tangle, no knots, no nothing. So you can have 10 threaded needles in that case ready to go. They are absolute genius, and for £9.99 they are brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So useful. I hadn't spotted this, but as I mentioned earlier on, I'm an ambassador for Clover, and they do just come up with genius things. I mean, Clover are the ones that brought out the pom-pom maker that now we just accept as sort of, it's the way to make pom-poms, you know, that opens out and you just wind it round and cut, and that's it. 5 minutes later you've got a pom-pom. They're the ones that came up with wonder clips, There's lots of lookalikes now, but they came up with the concept of those little clips. They're so innovative, and this needle case is sheer genius. If we've got any of these left later on, I might try and find a needle and thread just to show you how it actually works, but hopefully my description made sense. It's really clever, really clever. And as I say, if you're a hand sewer, if you're a pliquer, even if you just, you know, you're sewing the binding onto a quilt and you just want to have all of your needles pre-threaded. Maybe you sew in the evening and you want to, you know, in the daytime thread your needles. I mean, actually the clover needle threader is brilliant as well. I'm going to ask upstairs if we can get those on air as well, because they're superb. So you can use your needle threader or whatever you do, get your needles threaded up, get them all parked in there and twisted in, wound in, and then just whenever you're sewing, it's so convenient. It's all there in a handy little case, and you just pull it out and away you go. Just brill. See, this is why I love working here, because we get to see all of the innovative stuff and the stuff that we know and love as well, all in one place. Just brill. Now then, carry on going through for that. We have got, yeah, the thread cutter. Okay, so this was its early bird price. Okay. Okay, I'm just listening here. Okay, so it's the So Easy thread cutter. And apparently when it first came on, it was an early bird and it was done at $4.99, and the price has never been put back to what it should be. So it's $4.99, so enjoy. Right, what is it? Let me grab it out and I'll show you. So it's on a lanyard. It's really safe. It's really safe. There are blades inside each petal, but you can't just cut yourself by running your finger around here. It's on a lanyard, so you can wear it around your neck if you want to, so that you've always got, rather than having to use scissors. And then essentially what you do, I should just have a bit of thread handy. Let's just grab a little bit of thread. Okay, so we've got a little bit of thread, and literally all you have to do is just pass that thread in between the petals, and that's where the blades are. So I'm not sure what the regulations are right now on flights, because it's a long time since I went. Always check with your airline, but these always used to be sort of very much the thing that you could take where you couldn't take a pair of scissors. But also they're just really handy dandy and rather cute. You know, if you like to work, do your embroidery on the train or on the bus or in the car, and you just don't want a pair of scissors there in that situation, this is great. Or if you're sitting on the sofa doing your sewing, and again you don't want a pair of scissors, this will hang around your neck. Really super useful. It's only $4.99. It's just an amazing little product. Again, it's very, very giftable as well. Great one to have in your stash, you know, Secret Santa and all that, or birthday presents for sewing friends. Love that. Look at that. It's like it's straight from the factory. Perfect. If anybody gets this one, I do apologise in advance. That's not too bad, is it? Do I get the job? Maybe. Okay, now, we were talking earlier on about foundation piecing. We've got a lovely little kit actually from Village Fabrics, which uses a little bit of foundation piecing. Now I'll just turn that around so you can see. It's to make a needle case. Confident beginner. You get a packet of needles included, or everything you need to make your needle case. Now I'll open this up. 23rd of March this year, there was a demo. So you get a pack of needles, excuse me, so you've got needles to park in your needle case, and then you get all your fabrics that you're going to need. You also get felt, that's to create the little book inside for your needles. You get the batting as well that goes inside, more fabric, plus your pattern, and as I say, I think it is definitely foundation paper pieced. So you've got your little foundation down here. Flying geese are easy to foundation piece. They're even though these are small, foundation piecing will give you the accuracy. You'll get a great result. And you literally follow the numbers and piece in order. Great little project, gorgeous little kit for $14.99. This is the needle case in red from Village Fabric. You even get your pack of needles, so you've everything there to make the project start to finish. You just need some thread. And you can foundation piece by hand as well. If you're a hand sewer, rather than using paper, what you would need to do is trace the foundation from the book onto a piece of lightweight Vilene or interfacing. Okay, and then what you'll do is place your fabrics again onto the wrong side. Just follow the standard, method for foundation piecing. But what you would then do is you'd use needle and thread, hand sewing needle and thread, little knot or a little back stitch at the start, and then do a very small running stitch along the sewing line. So still following the line, but very small running stitch. A couple of little back stitches at the end to fasten it off, and start and finish exactly at the start and finish of the line, and then just follow as normal. Press your fabrics back, fold your paper away, trim it back with your add a quarter, leave your 1/4 inch seam, add the next bit of fabric, and then hand sew. But then when you've finished making that, you'll actually leave the lightweight interfacing in place. You don't tear that away once you've finished sewing. That stays inside your project or your quilt. So some people prefer foundation piecing on Vilene, even though you have to trace that by hand, because you can hand piece it and you don't have to tear the stabilizer away at the end. So always an option. The second needle case from Village Fabrics is in blue. This is really pretty. I love this. Gorgeous blue fabrics. You've got the same things inside. I love the fact that it ties like a little book with ribbon. You've got all your fabrics inside there, and they have a lovely kind of vintagey feel. They look to me, most of them, if not all of them, are from Adidas Sitar's Something Blue range. Really gorgeous. Gorgeous quality fabrics. You always get gorgeous quality fabrics from Village Fabrics. Really nicely thought out kit. Lovely to have everything you need for $14.99. We're going to go to a break now. When we come back, we're going to have Springtime in Quiltsburgh with Emma Bradford. It's hanging behind me. It's gorgeous and just right for spring, summer. Grab yourself a little drink, perhaps a snack now. I feel like we need a snack, and I'll see you after the break.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street fans and Yarn Lane TV fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers, and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters, and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet, and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media, and pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi sewing friends, Stuart Hillard here. Welcome back to Sewing Street. It is now 11 o'clock and it's wonderful to have your company. I'm going to be dropping a word this hour, so keep your ears open. Remember, I will make it pretty obvious when I do. And when I do mention that Eastery word, you need to jump on and email in for a chance to win £10 credit to your account. Now, everyone that buys something today and checks out will also go into a prize draw, different prize draw, and that is our Shop to Win competition. Now, what you're getting is Tula Pink pre-cuts. Literally, buy something, check out. Every time you check out, you're entered into that prize draw another time. So the more times you check out, the more times you'll be entered into that prize draw. The prize is 2 10-inch stacks, 2 5-inch stacks, 2 2.5-inch strip rolls, and they are in Tula's kind of basics, a black print and a white print. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Hundreds of pounds worth of prizes there, literally just for checking something out today. Winners will be notified next week, and we'll pick that winner out at random. So, everything to play for this hour. We've got a gorgeous hour now. It's a gorgeous quilt from Emma Bradford called Springtime in Quiltsburgh. Just gorgeous quilt. It's been hanging up on set for the last hour. Now then, we're going to start. We've got 3 different kits to make Springtime in Quiltsburgh. The one that's hanging on the wall is using a range called Primrose Hill from Riley Blake. It is really gorgeous and has lovely light teals, soft pinks, lovely soft fresh green, and a little bit of kind of light tan as well. It's just gorgeous. You're on air. You're on air. You're not on air anymore. You're fine. There was no warning for you then, Emma.
No,
Couldn't be doing anything. Bless you. You weren't, but anyway. So let's see what you're getting in this bundle for $69.99. It's a whole quilt kit. You're getting your 10-inch charm pack first of all. So this is Primrose Hill from Riley Blake. Now in each of those packs you're getting a total of 42 10-inch squares. Absolutely beautiful fabrics. Just show you on the back, there's a range of patterns that you're getting. Soft greens, taupey brown, sort of beige, lovely soft pinks, and that lovely soft teal blue. Gorgeous. So you're getting that. You're also getting some solids. Now, solid-wise, you're getting this gorgeous kind of dusky rose pink, cotton solid. You're getting a gorgeous deep gold, okay? You're getting a taupe, and you're also getting a grey. Now, these are used in the appliques. So there's all sorts of different kind of summer-themed, springtime-themed appliques on the quilt as well, and you'll use the solids for that. Okay, so you're getting those included, and you're getting a fat quarter of each. So there's a metre of fabric in total. And then last of all, well, not quite last of all, you're getting 2 meters. This is natural seeded cotton, and you're getting 2 meters of that. This is for the background, all your background piecing and your background blocks. And then last of all, and most importantly of all, you're getting the pattern for Springtime in Quiltsburgh. And that includes the pattern for making all of the houses, but it also includes all of the patterns to create the appliques and full instructions for both piecing, layout, and all of your appliques. Gorgeous. And appliques I would use on other projects, Emma.
Oh,
really,
yeah.
Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah, of course.
Perfect, perfect. So that's our first kit. That's Springtime in Quiltsburgh Primrose Hill version. Okay, that's the one that we've had displayed today. Now, Emma, you're going to be making it today using Saturday in Paris.
That's the one.
This is a lovely range. Brand new bundle, this. Absolutely gorgeous fabrics. So this is another 10-inch charm pack from Riley Blake. It's called Saturday in Paris. Beg your pardon. The price is amazing on this quilt kit, you know, because you get a really big quilt. Mm-hmm. You do big quilts, Emma?
Yeah.
You do big quilts. How big is the quilt?
Oh, is it 60 by 72-ish?
55 by 66.5.
Okay, then
that's a really good size.
Yeah,
fantastic
it's definitely
size.
a good single bed size.
Yeah, yeah. There's no reason why you shouldn't add a border if you wanted to make it bigger. Mm-hmm. Gorgeous. Question from Janet, actually. Let's ask while we're here. Could you use the quilt as you go method to join the rows?
Not really.
Not to make that quilt exactly.
Not to make it exactly, because there's no sashing in between. So you'd need to add sashing. If you wanted to do that, you have to add sashing in between each block.
You could do that though, couldn't you?
Yeah, you could definitely make it a lot bigger.
And then you would have a row and then a narrow sashing, which I suppose could signify the grass or the pavement.
Pavement, yeah.
So
roads in between.
You could tweak. Yeah. Now, in the Saturday in Paris version, you're getting your 42-piece 10-inch charm pack. we'll see these fabrics in action. This is the version that Emma's going to be using. Beautiful, beautiful colour range,
lovely.
this. Beautiful, soft blue, light aqua, and that soft pink. It's delish. So you're getting that. Your appliques then are teamed with that theme. So you've got that gorgeous soft rose pink. You're getting this lovely duck egg, a deep moss green, and then this lovely inky navy. That's lush, like that. Then you're getting 2 meters of seeded natural cotton, plus your all-important Springtime in Quiltsburgh pattern from Emma Bradford. Now, value-wise, you're getting fantastic value here. Remember, the pattern on its own, £9.99, 2 meters of seeded natural cotton, total of 1 meter, 4 fat quarters of your solids, and then you're also getting your 42-piece 10-inch stack or charm pack from Riley Blake. Very, very popular bundle that. It's brand new today. Remember to check out your baskets. That's going to be a really popular one. I think that will be our first sellout. Now, our last bundle to make the quilt uses a gorgeous range, again from Riley Blake. It's called Community. I'm going to show you right there. And again, the colours are just right for spring and summer. You've got those lovely fresh pinks, there's some blue in there, there's greens, there's a lovely little pop of kind of apricot as well. And again, lovely, fresh, bright palette. I made a lovely bag using this range.
Oh yes, you said. That's
my Strippity Doodah bag. Just love it. Great feel. And also as well, I love like the community theme. Fits really well, doesn't it, with the theme? So you're getting that, then you're getting your fat quarters of solids for your appliques, you're getting a taupe, you're getting a soft grey, you're getting that golden yellow, and then you're getting a bubblegum pink. And then you also get 2 meters of seeded natural cotton. That's for your piecing, your applique backgrounds. So you get that included. And then last of all, your Springtime in Quiltsburgh quilt pattern. So 3 different options. Now, if you want to buy the pattern on its own, you can. Details are coming up on screen for that. You could maybe have a layer cake or, you know, fat quarters that you want to use. You might want to make a long cushion or a bolster.
Oh, yes.
That would work. Yeah. 1 row of houses. That would look gorgeous. You can do that. You can get the pattern, it's £9.99, details are on screen right now. And again, you're getting those full instructions, nice flat shot, always like a flat shot of any quilt pattern so you can see exactly where everything is. Helps with balance of colour as well, doesn't it? And then inside, you've got your layout diagram, loads of full colour photographs. Emma's a visual learner.
Yes.
And but also really good written instructions too. Emma, can I ask, the templates, are these full size or do we need to enlarge?
No, those are full size.
All full size.
Yes.
Fab, that's grand. You can see here these little bits extend beyond the page, so you just match up the dotted line. Simple. Gorgeous. Karen's asked a question. Which bundle is the made-up quilt behind you, please?
Oh, we had it. It's the, you've got it there.
Primrose Hill.
Primrose Hill.
Primrose Hill. So we will put details on screen for you of the bundle. It uses Primrose Hill. This is lovely, really lovely. That's a gorgeous print. There are the prints you're getting. You get 42 10-inch squares in a Riley Blake stack. I've noticed now Moda are 40. A lot of them now are 40. You're also getting your applique fabrics. You've got that rose pink, that rich gold, taupe and grey. 2 meters of seeded natural cotton, plus your pattern. So that's the one that's been made up and is hanging in the studio right now. There it is, absolutely gorgeous. Which one's your favourite? Hard to tell, isn't it? All lovely, all gorgeous. Love the appliques as well, Emma.
Thank you.
Do we need Bondaweb for those?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Bit of Bondaweb.
Bit of Bondaweb.
Okay, cool. So
And
maybe add that into your basket.
And a little bit of stitch and tear optional.
Okay.
As well.
Cool. We'll talk about that when you get to it. So tell me, where is Quiltsburgh? What is it?
Oh.
Tell me all about Quiltsburgh.
Quiltsburgh. So Quiltsburgh is my little town and it's been going through the season. So we started with Halloween.
Okay.
We've done Christmas. Now we've done springtime. I have to admit, there's usually a little bit of an element of Rutland because I live in Rutland.
Okay.
So especially
Gorgeous part of the world.
Yeah, it is.
Britain's
nice.
smallest county?
Yes, it is.
I live in Britain's biggest county.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
North Yorkshire.
Oh, of course.
So elements of that in...
Yeah, so I'm not sure. I'll have to think about what's in the Halloween one, but for sure, Christmas is the tree farm. We have a tree farm in our village, so that has a tree farm. This one, the early nod to Rutland, is the horseshoe
Okay.
on the
Tell me
garden
why.
shed. It's a symbol of Rutland. So if you go to the castle in Oakham, there are horseshoes in there, and I can't. Michael would know. My husband Michael would know. But there's a reason for them, and they are all. They have people's names on them.
Okay.
I'm being really vague, but
No, we get it.
Prince Charles and Camilla, I think, have a horseshoe there. Is there?
Do they?
Yeah, there's a reason
That's good
for
enough
it.
for them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
Fab. Well, it's a beautiful quilt. I love the
Thank you.
appliques too, and the piecing as well for the houses. That little garden shed is adorable.
Oh, thank
I
you.
love it. And the beehive too, I spotted.
Yes.
Are you a Great British Sewing Bee fan?
Yes.
Excellent.
It's
You know it's coming back on.
Yeah, I'm
Is
excited.
it the 27th or the 28th?
I don't know.
Remind me, someone,
It'll be
would
recorded
you?
because I don't tend to watch things live very much
Right.
because I'm usually in bed by the time it comes on.
Fair enough. I hear you. I hear you. So, Quiltsburgh is a fictitious place
Yeah.
where everyone quilts.
Yeah.
Sounds lovely.
Yeah.
I love it.
Yeah.
Skill level.
I would say beginner. The applique, because there is some free motion, but you don't have to do it free motion if you don't feel comfortable with free motion. You can do more traditional applique, or rather than free motion, if you want to use your machine, you can just do a button edge stitch,
Cool.
buttonhole stitch around the edge. So there's one thing I try to do with my patterns is leave a lot of room for the people who make the quilts to add their own stamp to it.
I like that.
So absolutely do it in the layout that you want. You can do it exactly as per the recipe, or veer off, do what you'd like, and also add different. If you wanted to add more applique, you've got that scope.
And we've got enough fabric to add a
Oh
bit
yeah,
more?
yeah, absolutely,
Cool.
absolutely. Because you will have the fat quarters, and on top of the fat quarters, I've also used a little bit because I'll show you. There's some trimmings from the actual squares themselves as well.
Okay.
So you can also add elements of that instead.
Oh, I mean, I love any pattern that uses a layer cake or a 10-inch stack because I can't stop myself buying them.
Yeah.
It's an addiction. Just be aware, folks, that when everyone's checked out, we've got more in baskets than we've got stock of Primrose Hill version, which is the one that's hanging behind Emma now. What we're going to see demoed is Saturday in Paris,
Yes.
which is just gorgeous. Now,
It is
yesterday
nice.
we had all kinds of mangled French coming out of the gallery and out of my mouth, it has to be said.
Okay.
I'm going to try really hard not to do that today.
Okay.
I'm sure you speak French beautifully.
Oh, bless you.
Absolument. Oh, I've done it. I'm sorry. I can't help myself. Now, Saturday in Paris. Tell me, where do we start?
We start. Well, I'm going to show the cutting again, like I did in the last hour.
Perfect.
Because even though you've got pre-cuts with the squares, you do need some extra squares and the background squares as well. So that is all cut from your yardage. So, in order to cut from your yardage, I'm going to cut strips width of fabric. And to start, so I've pressed this seeded cotton.
That adds a lovely sort of extra dimension,
Yeah,
doesn't it?
I really liked it. So when I first started quilting, I did use a lot of calico. They call it muslin in the UK, in the US. And the seeded is a very similar to natural calico, natural muslin.
Yeah.
And I mean, I used it when I started because I had no money, and it was the cheapest.
But it adds a
But
lovely kind of
it does.
warmth to a quilt,
does.
doesn't it?
And I like how it's I won't say antique, but it just blends really lovely.
It is. It's clean,
Yes.
but also warm and homely and a bit
homely.
old-timey.
Yeah, exactly.
Gorgeous.
Exactly.
So selvages together.
Selvages just together.
Don't just trust how it comes off the bolt.
No, because
it's wrapped by a machine. It's
Yeah.
not accurate, is it?
no. Well, because the inner layer of fabric is wound more tightly than the outer, a bit like a racetrack. So the inside is always a bit tighter than the outside. You're always going to have a little bit of shift, which is just natural the way that it's folded on the bolt. So I've put my selvage edge together, I've lined it up, there are no wrinkles or rucks in my fabric, and then I'm going to fold it over again so that it is in quarters. I'm going to line my selvage edges with that folded edge at the top, so it's all perfectly straight, and then line up my fold at the bottom with one of the lines on the mat.
So that lower folded edge, that goes on a line on your mat.
Yes.
To make sure that part's straight.
Yes.
Cool.
And then all of my raw edges, so you can see here, it's actually a little bit more than just over half an inch difference there.
Yeah, amazing, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that clean-up cut's really important because everything else after that relies on that for accuracy.
Exactly.
Okay.
So I've made sure that all of my raw edges are over one of the other lines on the mat, and I'm going to use my ruler just to clean that up.
Let me move these things out.
Oh, bless you.
There we go.
There we go.
Doesn't matter how big a table I have to work on, it's never quite big enough, ever.
I can relate to that.
And I have a studio, you know, I have a studio to work in, but it's not big enough.
No. You can always use more space. Did you want to have a play with the...
Oh yes, please, of course. Of course. Oh yeah. Throw all your scraps at me. Sorry, I was just a little bit distracted there. I just found this Easter egg. Yeah, this lovely Easter egg that just happened to be on my desk, Emma.
Oh, how handy.
Yeah, this lovely Easter egg. Do you like Easter eggs?
I love Easter eggs.
Good, me too. I particularly like £10 in my account in Sewing Street for nothing, just for emailing in. Now then, I don't know why I'm mentioning it now, but 3 lucky people will be picked today to win £10 in their accounts. And literally, Emma, all they have to do is email in when they hear me drop a word. Like, for example, Easter egg. And that's it. Crack on, won't you? Okay. So now you're cutting...
I'm
strips?
cutting strips. I've cut a wide strip, so this is going to be for my background.
Okay.
There we go.
Are those for applique backgrounds?
Yes.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
I love, by the way, the blossom tree.
Oh, thank you.
That is so gorgeous.
Thank you.
Can we just...
Oh, yeah.
I just want to show that for a second. I mean, I love all the applique, but the tree is absolutely divine. I could imagine using that in a seasonal quilt.
Yeah.
4 trees.
Yes.
Spring, summer, autumn, winter.
There was one, the same tree, the inside part is in the Halloween.
Oh.
So it goes. So one of the things I thought about doing is you could have this actually as a wall hanging, and you could just switch them out throughout the year.
For sure.
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. Could you do... Oh, now, Hannah, our producer, just had a little idea. She said, as it's Jubilee this year, would you approve of
bunting.
Little applique bunting or something?
Absolutely.
Yeah, across here maybe.
Yeah.
That'd be fun, wouldn't it? Or just like in 1 or 2 of the houses. All right, lovely. All right, Hannah, you got your way. You can have bunting.
Definitely.
Thank you. Thank you. Shouldn't you be busy collating emails now?
So that's my strip.
Okay.
And I'm going to put that aside. That's going to be one of my background squares. You do exactly the same method for cutting your background squares for the house.
Okay.
Which I've already pre-cut. But it's where... Oh, I do?
The piecing. See, I mean, lots
my
of us are
background
used to
squares.
cutting and piecing things like stars, log cabins, that kind of thing. Houses, are those foundation pieced? Is
No. I'll show you.
Okay.
I'll show you. It's really easy. Plus, you get a bonus.
Oh.
The bonus. Sorry. Rewind. Say it again. It's a bonus half square triangle.
Okay.
You don't need to use in this quilt,
Right.
but you can use it for anything else.
So we could make coordinating pillows or cushions to go with
Definitely.
that would match the quilt.
Yeah.
Great.
It's just so, because you do get some extra that you need to cut off, just so that doesn't just go into your waste or into your scrap bag. If you make it into a half square triangle as we go along, you've got a nice usable unit that you can add to any sort of scrappy quilt. So this is my square. So I'm just going to cut this. Part of it is going to be used for the house, part of it is going to be used for the doors.
Oh, right, okay. And you mix and match those?
Yes. Yep.
Works so well with the fabric range. This is Saturday in Paris that you're using, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a gorgeous, soft kind of floral mix of aqua and pink.
There's some dark blue in there.
There is some dark blue, and that is gorgeous, isn't
Yeah.
it?
You can have a flippy through.
Oh, yes, please, may I?
There you go. Yes.
Oh, lovely.
There's some poodles.
Oh, love a
There's some
poodle.
Eiffel Towers.
Oh, Springtime in Paris is so cute. I love it. Details are on screen right now for that. Saturday in Paris, springtime in Quiltsburgh. It doesn't take a lot to throw us, Emma.
No, especially not today.
Beautiful. I'm loving this. Loving it. Little bicycles and romantic couples. I spy a little bit of French bread.
Ooh.
Ooh. I spy a cup of tea, Emma.
Oh,
I'm a happy man.
nice.
It's not on the fabric.
No.
It's not on the fabric. Oh no, it's not on the fabric. Look, it's right here. Oh yeah, sorry, now everyone in the gallery is getting very hungry, Emma.
Oh dear.
Yeah, Hannah has now moved on. She's not particularly interested in bunting anymore. She's very fickle, I've got to say, very fickle, our producer Hannah. Now all she can think about is a crusty baguette with butter and cheese. Thick with
yummy.
butter, apparently. Her words, thick with butter. More butter than bread, I'm suspecting. And then a hunk of cheese, I think is the word. Any kind of hunk she'll take. Lovely. Oh yeah, maybe a little bit of salami, some olives.
Oh yes,
Glass
we
of
had that
red wine.
yesterday. Oh yes.
Emma Bradford. I want to be you. Arizona 1 week, a hunk of cheese the next. Really delish. So gorgeous, these fabrics. And we were talking earlier on as well, weren't we, Emma, about how a pre-cut really teaches you something and twists your arm a little bit.
It does, and I think especially for these as well, because you've got such a mix, a range of prints and colours.
Yeah.
I think it's really, well, I found it really fun to mix and match where I wanted my colours to be, or my door colours. So one trick that I did do is I made my houses first, and then I added my doors later.
Okay.
So I made all my houses first, laid them out where I wanted them to go, and then I laid my doors on top of each one. Only because I get a bit funny if the same fabric is next to each other or the same print is next to each other. So I like to have it
and you want to
organised
balance out,
random.
don't you, as well? You want to balance out the greens. So if you've got kind of, like you've done here, you've got greenhouse here, and then very nicely segues to a green door here, and a little green door up there. So it's scattered.
Yep.
So make the houses, put the doors on later.
Yes.
Fab. Love it.
Yep.
Love it, love it.
Yep. So I've cut my charm squares for the sizes of my house. I've got my background squares. You need 2 background squares per house.
Okay.
And on these, I'm
Pourquoi?
gonna.
Did you like that?
Yes.
That was French.
I almost answered in French. I'm like, I can't do that.
Oh, do it. Let's do the rest of the show in French. See how long that lasts before I'm silent. Oh, before we go on, can I just say, look at that.
Oh yes, that one is really nice. The roses.
Saturday in Paris, but springtime in Quiltsburgh. So the square.
So your square, You're going to draw, and I've got my multi-mat here, which I love a multi-mat. Actually, this one's quite fancy. Well, it's quite sophisticated. It's all black.
That's the Hemline Gold
Oh.
range, special limited edition.
Nice.
Isn't it lovely?
It is nice.
Back in stock, actually. Back in stock. We launched it during birthday week. I did the show,
okay.
and honestly, I was barely getting to anything before it had gone, and
So-
I wanted everything. Didn't get any of it.
Oh no.
Didn't get anything.
Oh no. Well, I do love a multi-mat. I love the sandpaper side because I use it for marking.
Why?
I'm doing-
Why is it useful?
So, 2 reasons. One, it grips your fabric so that when you're drawing on it, it doesn't distort the edges at all. And then also, if you use a pencil, if you find a pencil that actually works,
Okay.
which I think my nib
Good
has
luck.
gone. Yeah, my nib has gone. Oh, here it comes. It helps to get the lead off your pencil so you don't have to press as hard.
Oh, okay.
Because it's a bit of a rough surface.
Gotcha. We have got a quilter's ironing and cutting multi-mat available. Same principle, it's blue spots from Trimmets rather than the Hemline Gold. We haven't got the Hemline Gold one in stock at the moment. Is that due on the 22nd of April? Okay. That's not me though, is it? Is that me? Oh, it's me! It's me and you! Hurrah!
Woo.
I might get one this time. Am I here? Is that me? Well, I wasn't meant to be here, you see, today.
No, I know.
But John's completely lost his voice.
Yeah, I heard. Poor guy.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Feels fine.
Yeah,
I
but
spoke to him and he said he didn't feel ill at all, but just no voice.
yeah.
So we're sending lots of love, John.
Yes.
Should be back tomorrow
Oh, good.
for Easter Sunday, when he'll no doubt be eating Easter eggs.
Thanks.
If you haven't already emailed in, that's the word. I dropped it.
So I've drawn 2 lines on the back of my squares. One from corner to corner across completely the diagonal.
Okay.
And then an extra one, and this is optional if you want those half square triangles. Another one, a 1/2 inch onto one side from that centre line.
Okay. I was expecting the line down the middle, but not the 1/2 inch away.
Not the extra one. So I'm going to put this on here, and I'm going to sew onto both of those lines.
So direction-wise, where do we want the diagonal line?
From the middle at the top to the bottom.
Okay.
So they should sit both like this to look like the roof of a house.
Perfect. I
Just
can
like that.
visualise that.
Yep. And I've just got my regular foot on here, nothing fancy. It's just straight stitching. There we go. And you just sew directly on your marked lines.
Okay. So flippy corners.
Your flippy corners.
Now you were saying the second line that you drew is optional.
It is. Because you don't actually need that to actually make your house. But because you get such a nice big triangle, it seems a shame for that just to go in your scrap bin.
For sure.
And it's just one extra little step,
Yeah.
and then you've got a half square triangle that you can use.
And I counted up, actually, if you use this method and do your bonus triangles, you'll end up with 72 bonus half square triangles. And that would definitely make a couple of cushions to go with your quilt.
Yeah.
That really is a bonus. And amazing value
There we
then,
go.
when you think for $69.99, you're getting all of the fabrics to make a quilt and 2 cushions.
Oh wow, that is a good bonus.
When you put it like that, it's worth doing, isn't it?
yeah.
Can I just grab one of those half square triangles?
Oh yeah, of course.
Just going to measure. Just going to measure it.
It's a good size.
Yeah, you're not kidding. And would you then trim those down to a particular size that you were using?
You can do. I tend to not be a trimmer because I'm not a big fan of the faff. But if you are a trimmer, you can absolutely trim it down to a particular size, and then if you just collect them and they're all the same size.
Yeah, for
A
sure.
lovely, I mean, bear paw. You can make a lovely bear
That would
paw,
be
scruffy
lovely.
bear paw.
Yeah. I love a bear.
Yeah.
3 1/4 inches square, each triangle,
Oh, wow.
bonus triangle. So yeah, that's going to make a couple, maybe even 3 gorgeous cushions. Claire's got in touch. Oh, apologies, Claire. Hello from a half French citizen. No need for me to help with the lingo when you have a French expert already there. Yes. Yes. No one thought for a moment that was me. Although I loved doing French when I was at school.
Oh, okay.
I loved it, especially the sort of conversational.
Yeah.
I was useless at reading and writing it, but the conversational French I really enjoyed.
Oh, okay.
You lived in France.
I grew up in France.
Oh, you grew up in France. Oh gosh. Well, now I'm completely embarrassed. Shown myself up royally, haven't I?
I actually met on the way. Well, at the airport, we actually met a Frenchman who was looking for directions. So we managed to get him to Covent Garden where he needed to go. But he was here to go up in a Spitfire, have an experience going up in a Spitfire.
Seriously?
Yeah, in Oxford. So yeah, we had a good
Wow.
conversation and
Amazing. All in French?
yeah,
Or en français?
en français.
To
Mais
us.
oui.
Conversing. Welcome to Conversational French with Stuart and Emma. Mostly Emma. Oh gosh, so there's the roof of your house.
There's the roof of the house.
Well, that was easy enough.
Yeah.
Now, just to point out what might be obvious to lots but not to others, the pitch of your roof, the top of your roof, does not go to the edge of the block.
Oh yes, good point. So it doesn't go to the edge of the point because there is still a 1/4 of an inch seam allowance.
Ah, okay, good.
Yeah, I know a lot of, especially if you're starting off in quilting, that does freak a lot of people out when they see that and like, oh, my roof isn't, well, my triangle isn't all the way to the top.
Some people get the ruler out and trim it off.
Yes.
Don't do that.
Please don't do that. No,
Don't do
it's
that.
supposed to look like that. When you sew them all together, it will actually, that will disappear and your pitch of your roof, top of your roof will actually be fine.
Great.
So then I need to add my door. So I'm going to do the same trick I did earlier with finding the center. So I fold my bottom of my house in half, press the center. So I've got a little mark in the center.
Just a finger press?
Just a little finger press.
Oh, yep.
And the same with the door. Now you can bond or web these on if you'd like to. I haven't bothered. I've just sewn them on.
Oh, no bonder web needed?
No.
Okay, cool.
No.
That's good.
Yeah.
Well, that's going to help as well keep the flexibility as well of the quilt,
Yeah.
softness.
Yeah. Definitely.
It's a cool house. I'd live there. Gorgeous.
Now you can do straight lines or you can do something a bit more decorative. So on one that I did earlier,
Oh.
I actually did a nice little decorative stitch
Oh, check that out.
all around the outside. So you can have
Come
fun.
over
You can
and have a proper look.
yeah, you can maybe have a
Oh,
different
that's
stitch
really
at each
cute.
door. Do
Yeah.
contrasting thread.
That looks lovely. Can you see that? Like a little leaf and a vine. Ever so cute. I'm always looking for ways to add a little something extra.
Yes.
Could we add windows?
You can add windows, you can add a number if you'd like, or a house name.
Cute.
Yes, absolutely customise it as much or as little as you'd like. I
A
love
little
it.
plant pot.
Yeah.
On perhaps a plainer house. You could put a little plant pot and flowers or something. Or a chimney. All sorts.
Yes.
I think the thing is, it brings out the sort of playfulness
Yes.
in all of us, doesn't it? When you make a house block,
Yeah.
you start thinking
Bit,
of
bit creative.
yeah. So stitching wise, now you're doing a straight stitch about
I'm
what,
just
an eighth
doing
of an
stitch.
inch?
Yes, inches roughly, and it will have a raw edge around the outside. You can do a buttonhole stitch or a decorative stitch, or there we go.
Looks ace.
Thanks. You can add a little doorknob if you wanted to add a little French knot for a doorknob
yeah,
or something.
Yeah. It's really cute. Mais oui.
Maybe.
What's French for doorknob?
Ooh, that's a good question.
We'll come back to
I
that.
know.
We'll Google it.
Door is porte.
Pot.
Porte.
Pot.
Porte.
Pot.
Yeah. Easter is pack.
Is what?
Pack.
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 That means Easter.
Yeah.
And Easter egg?
Œuf de Pâques.
An œuf de pack. I should have dropped the word in French.
Yeah.
Emma, we should have practiced this.
I know, missed the trick.
People think we do. I'll leave you to it.
Okay, so that's my houses.
Des jolis petits maisons.
Merci. Merci.
Oh, it's set Hannah off now. She's in there going, Les Dijon mustard.
Oh.
Don't give up the day job, Hannah, really. No, do, really. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
So those are the houses.
So there are the houses. That was an easy job.
Yeah,
Fun.
yeah.
Great.
Yeah, it is fun. And I think it is, like you said, it's one of those where you can really customise and have fun adding bits and just making each, you make all the houses in your row, make your particular house stand out.
Really beautiful. Love that. Then we've got applique blocks.
Applique blocks, yes. So I'm just going to cut my background. Can I borrow your
Of course, it's your ruler.
Please?
So are you applique or applique?
I'm applique, I think, or applique. I can't remember.
Applique.
John always teases me about it.
I bet you say applique.
I think I do
Oh,
say
no,
applique.
no, because your husband's American.
He's American.
So he would tease you for saying applique.
I think I say applique
Okay.
from the French. Applique.
Okay. Applique.
Something
Which is
more-
also what Americans say, isn't it? Applique.
I
I
can't
was
remember.
teaching a class once and I called it applique and I got shouted at by everybody, so
Oh dear.
I always say both now.
Oh, okay.
The things that divide us.
I know.
But I guess, as you say, it's a French word. And
Yeah.
it would be applique.
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 Yeah. It means to apply.
Yeah. I love it.
So,
My sewing teacher at school had a particular thing for applique, and she would do this thing where she would say, on top, applique, on top.
Oh.
She would do this, so I could never think of it without that.
Doing that little on top. Oh, I like that.
Yes. Well, Mrs. Heeks. Terrified the life out of me. Now, the applique blocks, Emma, are they all the same size?
No.
Oh,
They are different sizes,
okay.
but it's all in the instructions with a picture of that particular block and what size square you need
super
to
cool.
use.
Oh,
Yeah.
gosh, yeah, actually, let me show you, because this is super, super clear, actually. I hadn't even looked. That is wonderful. So you can see there every single applique block that you're going to make with the corresponding sizes. There's nothing left to chance, Emma.
No, I mean,
Thank you
exactly.
for that.
You're welcome.
It makes it so much easier, though, more fun.
Yeah. But I guess you can do the recipe. So I sort of provide the recipe, the bare bones, and you can do it as per exactly the recipe if you'd like. Or you can go off piste and, do
Nice,
your own little
nice.
thing.
Like it, see what you did there. Love it. Talking of, you call them recipes, and you have quite a sort of a cook's approach to this. If you were a TV chef, who would you most identify with?
Oh, that's a good question.
So I've
Ooh.
gone back to Michael Parkinson. I feel like getting to know you
You.
with Stuart Hillard. That could be the theme tune.
Oh, I'd have to think.
You're Gordon Ramsay.
Oh no, I'm
You're
not a
more of Mary
shouty.
Berry.
I'm probably more of a.
Nigella. Delia.
Oh, I was going to say Jamie because he's a bit.
are you?
He's a bit. Bish bash bosh.
Whack it in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get it done.
Smash it up.
Yeah.
Is that your style of cooking?
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah, I sort of.
Très intéressant.
Yeah. So Mikey, husband's Mikey. He'll make the same thing that I've made, and sometimes it is a packet thing, sometimes it's not. And he'll say, "Well, I did it as per the instructions." I'm like, "Oh, the instructions aren't very good. You have to add this, or you have to do it differently, or you have to." It's like, "Oh, it doesn't say that in the instructions." I'm like, "Well,
It's that je ne sais quoi.
je ne sais quoi." Yeah, you have to know how to improvise and
Agreed.
yeah.
It's useful actually when you're quilting too, isn't it? Mm-hmm. You can do it per per the recipe,
Yeah.
per the quilt. That's what you said, isn't it? But you can also tweak,
Yes.
add your own seasonings.
Yeah, exactly.
Ah, Christine has messaged to say,
Oh, hi,
after a week in
Christine.
hospital and a week recuperating,
Oh, bless
sending
you.
hugs, I've treated myself to Saturday in Paris.
Oh,
well done you.
beautiful.
That's lovely.
You'll
And I
love
hope
it.
You're feeling
That'll be
on top
really
of the
nice.
world really soon. Yeah, you'll enjoy that. Oh, Claire's messaging to say doorknob.
Oh.
Poignet?
Oh, yeah, which makes sense because poignet is fist. So yeah,
Poignet.
Yeah.
Is that fist?
yeah, poignet means fist as well. So
Fist.
yeah.
Fabulous. Fabulous. It's cool actually, isn't it, how different words. I always remember we had a teacher at school, a maths teacher, who was from South Africa.
Oh.
And I remember him saying that in the local language or whatever, I think it might have been Afrikaans, he said that there wasn't an equivalent for a roundabout,
yeah.
So the equivalent in Afrikaans translated as man is going round in little circles or something like that,
Yeah.
you know. I've always remembered it.
Makes sense, yeah.
Yeah. Say what you see,
Yeah.
literally. So you've fused the appliques on. There was some bondweb on the back.
There was already bondweb on the back.
Okay.
So what I did was I traced out my shapes onto the bondweb and then pressed that onto the back of my fabric. Of course, it's a solid, so it doesn't matter which side, but if
True.
you are using a printed, always put it on the back. Then you cut directly on the line, so don't add any seam allowance for this particular technique.
Okay.
Cut it directly on the line and then just press it down. So we'll see.
Now, just to be clear, this
Yeah.
block that you're doing is
That one.
that gorgeous block.
It is, and I've gone with blue flowers rather than yellow. For this one.
Beautiful, beautiful. And actually, I just noticed as well, you've used a little bit of the green from
Yes.
the layer cake.
Yes.
Gorgeous. Little warning here, Primrose Hill, which is the quilt that's hanging here, is oversubscribed, over allocated. There's more of you with this in baskets than we've actually got stocks of. Now you can make this version. This is Springtime in Quiltsburgh Primrose Hill version. You've got the Saturday in Paris, which is what Emma's working on now.
Yep.
Gorgeous soft
Very nice.
aquas, pinks, blue as well in there. Over half of that one though has gone, and then we've also got the community version, which I think is very appropriate for this style.
I
Which
also
is
like
this gorgeous range.
Sorry. There's some blocks in there which are pale, which have some really lovely designs on them that would be perfect for the background.
Oh, yes.
So I've added some here, which these are actually layer cake squares that I've added as background. But the ones on the community would be perfect.
They would
They've
be
got little
perfect
people
too.
on them and little
Yeah, some of
scenes.
these there are. These ones would be great, wouldn't they, for the background? I'm imagining these ones right here that show people in the community, and the houses as well would work really well. The background, smashing. That's the community version, and each of the different versions have its own little selection of solids as well for your appliques. But don't forget, do like Emma's done, use odd scraps from your layer cake or your 10-inch charm pack to increase the variety.
Yeah, because you'll actually have at least that much left over from each square,
Fab.
even after you cut the houses, the doors from them.
Yeah.
So yes, you've got lots to work with.
Fab. Now, I'm really interested. Can I come over and
Yeah,
watch a bit
yeah,
more
of course.
closely? I'm interested to see how you do your applique.
Okay.
So, talk me through the setup on your machine first of all.
Okay. So I've got a embroidery this is a closed toe embroidery foot. So it is set so it should move up and down as the needle goes up and down.
So it's like your darning foot, your free
Yeah.
motion quilting foot.
Yeah, exactly. My feed dogs are down. Ideally, you'll have a nice new needle in there, sharp
Okay.
needle. I recommend a Microtex or a Sharps, something that is has a little bit longer tip and a little bit sharper.
Why is that?
It seems to work a lot better, so that because you're going to be moving the fabric, you really want to make sure that needle goes all the way down and catches your bobbin thread, and that longer point just makes it a lot easier to
So
do
would you
that.
recommend needles like that when you're free motion quilting as well as
Yes.
free motion
Oh, yes.
applique?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sharps or microtex?
Yes.
Slim sharp point?
Yep.
Great,
Yep.
good
Yep.
tip.
Exactly. I've got some Aurifil thread in here, a 50 weight,
Okay.
which I find works really well with this machine and my machine at home.
Yep.
If you're not getting on, I would say try a different thread. I also use a polyester, like a bottom line or a top line, so a superior thread. But yeah, I think free motion quilting and free motion embroidery, you both have to figure out what works well for you and your machine together.
And you use same thread top and bottom?
Yes.
Cool.
Yep.
Now you're using a really dark thread, which
I am.
makes me a little nervous. I'm the sort of, I don't know, this is going to show.
It is.
But that's the point.
That is the point. And one thing I like about free motion embroidery, free motion applique, is that it's supposed to look doodly.
Yes.
But the way to make it work best is that you go around each line at least twice.
Okay.
And it will look better. If you do it once, it doesn't look quite as good. When you do that second time around, it just looks like it's supposed to be like
More
that.
forgiving.
Yes.
Okay.
It looks more like a pen drawing.
I mean, I love the effect. I mean, just can we have a quick look at can we get in on the garden shed? Because that, I'd love to do stuff like that. I've never even tried it, I'll be honest with you. I always think, oh no, that's too arty for me. But it's not too arty for me, is it?
It's absolutely, yeah.
I just think that's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. We'll perhaps come back to that. Kat's not in the studio at the moment, I'm afraid.
So how I start is needle down, needle up, and I bring my bobbin thread up to the top layer, just so that I know where it is and I can keep it all together. When I've finished, I will then sew that back to all my threads to the back.
Okay.
But for now, I like to have it so I know where it is. If you've got the option on your machine, I always work the needle down, so that when you stop, the needle's always down. So I'm going to start off with, and this is really just practice your hand movement, because your hand movement is what is moving it. I'm just going to thank you. Oh, thank you.
All right.
So getting your foot, how quick it is versus how quickly you move how quickly the needle is moving up and down versus how quick you're moving the fabric, is just literally down to practice.
And that's creating the stitches.
It is. So I find actually going a little bit quicker makes it a little bit easier. There we go.
One pass.
One pass.
But we're not going to leave it there.
We're not going to leave it there, because it doesn't look amazing at one pass. But the second time around, you try and follow the line that you've just done. If you can wobble around a little bit, it actually looks a lot better.
Oh, okay.
Than just
So
going
don't
directly.
try and follow the line exactly.
No.
And I'm guessing as well, the second time or the third time you do it, you'll probably find it a bit more fluid.
Yeah.
Oh, I can see straight away when you add the second line, it looks purposeful.
Yeah. It looks like it's supposed to be like a pen.
For sure.
Yeah, yeah.
For sure. And Janet Clare uses this technique
Okay.
a lot in her appliques as well, and I absolutely love what she does
Yeah,
too.
yeah, yeah.
So it's
she's
a
really
technique I need to get over myself and just try it, don't I?
You do. Have a little fun.
Yeah.
Helen Newton also has some really lovely
Helen
designs.
Newton does that.
Yeah.
Helen Newton's in tomorrow, isn't she?
Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Oh, fabulous.
What we got tomorrow? I know it's John, but spring sheep project.
Oh.
How appropriate. Well, we finished our lambing a few weeks ago, but we had our last 2 baby goats born this week.
Oh, nice.
Who I've named Kathleen and Kelvin.
Oh, cool.
Kath and Kel. That's not dropping the word, by the way. That wasn't I've dropped all my words.
Oh, okay.
Every single one, and a few clangers. Oh, that looks absolutely gorgeous.
And then for this part, if you're not, so obviously you've got a vine to draw. What I recommend is using a friction pen.
Okay.
And drawing your line how you kind of want it to go.
Yeah.
So if I draw my line, it gives you something to sort of aim for.
Yes. And this is self-directed, isn't it? You decide where that line's going to be.
Yeah. You don't have to go exactly as you've done it,
No.
but it gives you something to sort of aim.
Got about 5 more minutes on demo. Is that
Okay.
sound all right?
Yeah.
It's just lovely to see a new technique as well.
So I'm going to, this is
We've
where
al-
the stitch and tear might be helpful, because I'm just doing through one layer of fabric.
Right.
If you're stitching just on free motion on just one layer, it can sometimes ruck up a little tiny bit. So if you feel a bit more comfortable having stitch and tear underneath it at this point, then definitely go for that.
You said that was optional at the start, didn't you?
Yeah. Oops.
Let me move that.
So I'm going to go
Dropped the bondweb.
underwear. I'm going to the top flower first, and I'll
Okay.
work my way down.
So you're stitching a spiral here.
Yeah, you don't have to. You can just do a one circle if you want to.
Oh, I like the spiral.
Actually, I'm going to go one more around the edge. There we go.
Love it. And then it's okay to turn your work. You don't have to keep just...
Oh, no, I absolutely do it how it fits better for you. I find it works easier if I am working with what I'm stitching towards me.
Gotcha.
That makes sense?
Yeah, it does.
But it's sort of find your own flow. But yeah, that's where I like the needle down, because you can just pivot, stop, and then pivot to where you want it to go.
And I love as well, like, because you can go round each shape multiple times, there's no sort of boxing yourself in a corner.
No.
Because if you need to, you can just go around the shape, like half of the shape one more time, can't you, to get back to where you need to go?
Yep.
Yeah, it's lovely. I like this technique a lot. We're going in for another flower.
Yeah.
Really cool technique, this. I love it. And you're using a navy thread.
I am. I tend to use, you can use a black.
Yep.
I find black a little bit harsh, so I tend to go with navy or a dark grey.
Dark grey.
Yeah. The navy especially gives it that pen drawing sort of effect.
That's fab, I love it.
There we go.
May I ask you, do you knit or crochet?
I do both. Well,
Oh, you both?
I knit and then I crochet. The only thing I crochet are the little animals, amigurumi.
Oh, amigurumi, I love.
Yeah.
That's clever stuff.
Yeah, I like
That's
that.
Good.
Otherwise I can't read a regular crochet pattern. I'm not good at squares or anything like that.
I asked because we've got Anna coming up in the next hour, Yarn Lane, with a brand new book, which is crochet tiles.
Oh, very cool.
See, I can only crochet really basic.
Okay.
I really want to learn to crochet better. I'm hoping I'll just learn by osmosis.
Yeah.
Now, if you want to join us for that, by the way, you don't have to go anywhere, you don't have to change channels, you don't have to look on a different website. Everything now is on the Sewing Street, so we just flow from this hour to the next. Awesome. This is looking great.
Yeah, let me just finish it up so I can pull it out and you can
Really
have a
loving
look.
that.
Thank you. I'll do the leaf another time.
Yep. Absolutely gorgeous.
And it has rooked a little bit, but you press that, it'll flatten out.
That would
perfectly.
flatten out.
Yeah.
That is so beautiful, isn't it? Really gorgeous. And you can go back and do, you could add extra, you could add extra butterflies if you wanted.
Yes, extra butterflies.
Extra
There's also a
flowers.
little pattern for a bee, so you might want to add.
Oh, the bees are cute.
Yeah,
the
add a bee
bees
to
are really
it.
cute little. And also as well, I want to use these. Once I've made the quilt, I want to use these on a bag or on another little wall hanging or even placemat, something like that. They're really cool and lovely appliques. Just a gorgeous project.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for bringing it.
Oh, thank you.
Absolutely fab. Now, if you're loving Quiltville and springtime in particular in Quiltsburgh, can't recap Primrose Hill because there are so many of you have got it and we haven't got enough available. Saturday in Paris, which Emma was working on, is still available. So I'm going to just head down this end now and recap that. Let me hand those fabrics back to you as much as I want to keep them.
Oh, okay. You don't want to
I
go
know.
through them to show them?
I don't think have we got time? No, we haven't got time, thank
Okay.
you. Yes, we're pretty short on stock of Saturday in Paris too. But let me just go quickly through. Springtime in Quiltsburgh. This is the Saturday in Paris version. You get your 42 10-inch squares from this gorgeous range, beautiful soft aqua, a lovely soft but deep blue and pinks in there. Then you're also getting your lovely rose pink, your duck egg blue, your moss green and your navy solids, plus 2 meters, you get a fat quarter of each of those, 2 meters of seeded natural. Now when everyone's checked out, we'll just have 3 of those kits left. 3 left, that's all. So do check out your baskets, make sure that you're getting the quilt design that you want, the pattern pack that you want. Lots of those in baskets, do please check out. Remember, as soon as you check out, you're also entered into our prize draw shop to win the Tula Pink bundle. One person's going to win that. And then finally, we've got our community version. Again, a gorgeous, specially selected all of these to reflect that lovely spring summer vibe. These gorgeous shades of soft greens, bubblegum pinks, a little bit of gold, gorgeous greens, little touches of blue and apricot as well. Really fresh and spring-like. And then you get your solids, you also get your seeded natural as well, of course. The pattern on its own, yeah, about to sell out. Okay, cool. Now, we've got some backing bundles. Now, these are our regular width quilt weight cottons, and we've selected some colours that would go really nicely actually with any of the bundles. We've got a grey or a pink version. Now you get 4 meters of fabric in total, so you'll need to piece the backing, and I'm assuming this is going to be a vertical seam.
I think I did. Oh, actually I had
Oh,
extra
I've
wide.
used that backing,
Yeah. This
Tim
one,
DL.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
Lovely.
And when if I do a vertical, what I usually do is rather than having one down the middle,
Yep.
is you have one full width like this, and
Yep.
then add 2 bits on the other side.
Perfect, cool. The grey version, it's cracking price, $28.82 for the grey. And in terms of the colour, is this school grey?
Elephant?
Elephant, thank you, Emma. It's elephant grey. But that would work with any of the colours, that would be a good backing colour. The other bundle that we've got is a gorgeous kind of bubblegum pink. Fuchsia it's called. And this is 4 meters again. So again, you'll cut and piece this. 4 meters of fuchsia pink. And again, that would go with any. I think that would go really well with community. Actually, it's just the right sort of pink. Okay, now earlier on we saw Emma Bradford making the gorgeous Tim Holtz Croc Jungle quilt. Absolutely beautiful, this one. Now, we have got many, it's oversubscribed actually now, thank you, in baskets. Now the price is going to go back up to $159.99 at midnight. So I just urge you, if it's in your basket and you'd like to make this gorgeous quilt, you do need to check your basket out. We'll just hold that out just to remind you. It is so rich and sumptuous, really gorgeous. One block, would you believe? Just one block. Just going to pull it my way slightly.
Okay.
That's perfect. If you pull it your way as well, just to straighten it out, that's it. Absolutely gorgeous. But it's one block repeated, would you believe? But creates an absolutely beautiful quilt, really stunning. Remember, if you missed Emma's demo earlier on, you can always watch it back through YouTube. That's gorgeous. $149.99. That does include a £10 price drop that will go back on at midnight tonight if we've got stock left. It's not looking likely, to be honest. Do check out on your Tim Holtz Croc Jungle. Emma, it's been an absolute joy this morning.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for keeping me on track.
Oh, hey, no worries, no worries. You go home and have a good old sleep. You'll feel as right as ninepence tomorrow.
Yeah.
Cooked breakfast, apparently.
Oh,
it's the way to go. When you get up, cook breakfast.
Okay.
Have it all, everything.
Nice.
Kidneys, the lot.
Oh, lovely.
What's French for kidneys?
Rognon.
Onion, really?
No, rognon.
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 Oh, I say. Oh, me rognons. Anyway, thank you for that. Now then, we're going to head to Yarn Lane. Now that doesn't actually mean going anywhere right now because everything is right here. Pop and get yourself a cuppa, get yourself a little snack, maybe even a little Easter egg. We've dropped the final word. And then meet me back here in a couple of minutes for Yarn Lane. Brand new book.
Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Stuck for ideas for the perfect gift? Why not get them a gift card? You can buy Sewing Street and Yarn Lane gift cards loaded up with anything from £10 to £500. Shop our gift cards online at www.sewingstreet.com or www.yarnlane.com, or purchase them via our UK call centre on 0800 001 44 33.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day. Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping! Have you heard about Yarn Lane, a TV show dedicated to knitting, crochet and all things yarn, bringing you demonstrations from our expert guests as well as the latest tools. And find out what's coming up on the show by following us on Facebook and Instagram. Subscribe to our email newsletter or visit the programme guide on our website at www.yarnlane.com.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task. And sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. Full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and enjoyable as possible. Not only will they take your order, they'll also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay one P&P all day.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hi friends, it's Yarn Lane. Welcome, I'm Stuart Hillard. It's lovely to have your company for an hour of crochet and yarn goodness. Now, we've got a fantastic guest, Anna Nikipirowicz, and I'm really excited to be working with Anna because I've watched her shows, I love her to bits, and this is our first time, I think, working together.
It is the first time.
So they've kept us apart for long enough, Anna.
But we're together.
Now we're together. We can touch, we can do everything now, can we?
Yeah, let's do it.
It's great to have you on here, and I know that you're a favourite with our viewers as well.
Oh, thank you.
Now then, great hour. It's all about crochet today, absolutely. I'm here to learn. I'm here to learn. And a brand new book. Anna's going to be teaching us lots of key skills that are going to really develop where you can go with your crochet, take your crochet to the next level, help you to access these amazing designs. This is a brand new book that's launching today here on Yarn Lane, and it's called 100 Crochet Tiles, Charts and Patterns for Crochet Motifs Inspired by Decorative Tiles, and it's been edited by Sarah Callard. Now, I love books like this because what you get here is an incredible resource. If you're a designer, if you're someone who doesn't want to follow the whole pattern, that just wants the inspiration for here is a gorgeous tile, here is a gorgeous block, if you like, almost, this is your starting point. The book itself is $16.99. Excuse me. And it's brand new today. I'm going to have a little bit of a flick through because it's just glorious. So these designs will take you, I mean, crochet has exploded in popularity in the last 10 years or so. It's become so popular. I think Instagram and the internet has really helped massively. Great new designs, and Crochet Reimagined has really helped. But also I think the sort of the crochet along the tile, the square.
Yes. And do you know what? We all know crochet square. We all know a granny square. The 60s waistcoats. We all know it. So you kind of always thought that, oh, it's a little bit old-fashioned, but they have really been revamped. And it's like, look at those amazing things that you can make with just a simple crochet square.
Yeah, it's incredible, isn't it?
Absolutely. It completely revamped it. It moved it into the 21st century, and it's just fantastic.
Love
it
that.
Really is.
I love that. And I think the fact that you've got some amazing designers, and there's all sorts of different designers in the book, actually. It's been edited by Sarah Callard, but there are loads of different designers who bring their own aesthetic. I mean, look at that. I'd give my eye teeth to be able to crochet something like that.
Yeah.
The other thing too, I think, that's very appealing about this is it's one tile that you're making.
Yes.
You learn all those skills in one tile.
Yes. And you can make it as small as large as you want. You can make all of it, or you can just take parts of it. So you can use bits of it to create another one. You can make it full, you can make just half, middle of it. You know, you can really take all the techniques from the tiles and create your own.
Absolutely
this gives
amazing.
you a wonderful starting point, and some of them are extraordinary. Some of them are so intricate.
So beautiful, so beautiful.
And the wonderful thing is also you have a written pattern in there and also chart.
So we get both.
You get both. So you can, if it's easier for you to kind of follow a chart, then you've got that. If you want to follow a pattern, you've got that, a written pattern or a chart. So it covers everything.
And can I ask that pattern, because this is something for me, I'm a knitter rather than a crocheter, and when knitting patterns, when often cables are just done now as a chart, and I'm old school, I like a written pattern, but I've got both here,
you've
so
got
I don't
both.
have to choose.
Absolutely, so you can follow either or.
And actually that would help me to learn how to follow a chart.
Chart is a very much so a visual representation of the square. So let's say if you're unsure of something, what is actually in written pattern, you can always check on a chart and follow it this way.
Absolutely.
It's good to have both. It really is very useful to have both.
Well, it's almost a translation, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Here's the language I understand, here's the language I want to learn, or vice versa. And I know what that means, so I know what that means.
Absolutely.
I love that, and these designs are absolutely out of this world. So beautiful, so varied. And also another thing I really like about this, Anna, is all of the colour inspiration.
Yes.
Because I'm in my groove with colours.
Yes.
You know, I always go to my autumn colours.
Yes, I'm like that. I always go for autumn. Always autumn. I love my autumn colours, my greens, my rusts, my oranges. But this actually shows you how much you can achieve if you step out of your comfort zone.
You sure?
I'm very much so.
absolutely.
I always go to my oranges and yellows and greens. But this kind of just makes you step away. Yeah.
You got to love
try
that
a different-
one.
yeah.
The colours.
I've got the, I don't think I do. No, I don't think I
But
do.
absolutely, it makes you go outside your comfort zone. A message. Hi, Stuart and Anna. I've been waiting for this all week.
Aw.
Need this book. The designs are stunning. That's Charlie Ann from Durham. Now,
Thank you, Charlie Ann.
flying out the door. This book is flying out the door. So please, we always get sellouts on new books. This is an amazing.
This is a fantastic book. It really is.
And it's not a book to make one project.
No, it's a book that you will go back into all the time. It's a kind of like a dictionary, you know, like a stitched
that.
dictionary.
Yeah.
It sits on your shelf and you use it all the time. I've got few, and I have to say they are constantly used. It's always, if you're looking for a blanket, for a cushion, for a bag, you can just quickly pick up a square and make it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And also, Anna, can I ask? I mean, each of these is designed around or shown in a particular set of colours, and those are listed.
Yes.
And also the yarn that's been used.
Yeah,
so, for
absolutely,
example, this uses a light worsted from, I'm just going to say sheepjis because that's how we
Sheepies,
also.
Yeah, I say sheepy. Some people say sheep. Just no one knows.
Sheepies.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
A friend of mine can actually say it properly,
Yeah.
but I heard it once.
Yeah, I heard
But-
it once too, and I don't remember. I just say that.
I feel a kinship with you already. But could I make this if I wanted to use Starcraft Special DK, if I
Absolutely.
wanted to use Chunky?
Yes.
Can I do that?
Well, the wonderful thing about squares is that you can literally convert them into any yarn or any hook size you want. Obviously, if you're changing the yarn, if you're going for thicker or thinner yarns, you need to adjust your hook size.
That's amazing. I love
That's mosaic
that.
crochet. It's beautiful, yes.
Mosaic crochet.
Mosaic
Now
crochet.
I've heard about that.
Yeah, that one is, I think, overlay mosaic. Yes, it is. It's overlay mosaic. It's beautiful. And
So we're
yes.
going to learn lots of new techniques with this
Well,
book.
today I'm going to show you a few that will take you. I think you will find very useful through the whole thing. Yeah.
That is stunning. That is stunning. These are just 2 squares.
Yeah.
You've got 100 in here.
Yeah. And there's also at the back, there's nice projects. If you want to try out a project, there are projects at the back of the book which you can actually use to make. So there's few.
Let me get to
Yeah,
there's
you need
so
to
many
get- there's so
blocks.
many.
Oh my gosh, look as well, look as well, look as well. They're not all square, almost like snowflakes. That is amazing.
It's like
look
a drop,
at
isn't
that.
it? Like a kind of like a you know the Christmas bubble
Christmas
she's got.
bubble,
Yeah.
yeah.
That Christmas bubble she gets.
Oh,
Yeah.
these are stunning. These are stunning. And actually, there's a design I know. Is it called Magical Lanterns by Janie Crowfoot?
Yes, it is. Yes.
And
Yes,
she
it's like that.
tessellates them
Yes,
together.
absolutely, yeah.
Oh, gorgeous,
Yeah.
amazing. So you have got projects in the back as well. This
So
is
if you
all.
want to try out some projects, so you've got lovely cushions with that
is out of
mosaic
this
square.
world. That's out of this world. Now that really motivates me
Yeah.
to learn,
It's
to
stunning.
try.
It's really gorgeous.
This is cool. This is really cool. I love it. Oh my goodness, right. Teach me, master.
Right, okay, so shall I first of all start by showing you some squares?
Yes, please. We're going to swap sides.
let's swap
I'm going to take this
sides.
book with me because I want
I've
to
got
take
my
it home.
own. Ta-da!
Oh, before you start, I just need to quickly let everyone know we've got some bundles. Why don't you
yes,
just get
yes,
your
yes,
things
yes,
ready?
yes.
We've got some yarn bundles as well. Yes, so this is a bundle I think that Anna, you used. This has got kind of raspberry pink and a gorgeous kind of rose as well in there, soft rose and a cream and a grey. Beautiful bundle. You're getting 4 balls. This is all Stylecraft Special DK, one of my absolute favourite yarns to go to. You're getting 4 different colours, raspberry, rose, cream and silver. Just a beautiful combo of colours for an amazing price actually. That price was £8.39.
It's a bargain.
It is amazing. Now, next bundle. Again, Stylecraft Special DK, the nation's favourite premium acrylic. Now, again, 4 colours. You went wild over this colour combination.
Love those colours.
Really lovely.
Absolutely
So
yummies.
here again, you're getting 4. You're getting a white, you're getting cypress, you're getting duck egg, and you're getting denim. Stunning. Denim, 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 denim. Beautiful. Again, premium acrylic. Now then, we've also got a bundle. This is from West Yorkshire Spinners. So this one is 100% British wool. Again, DK. This is Colour Lab from West Yorkshire Spinners. You get a cream, silver grey, harbour blue and perfectly plum.
It's one of my favourite yarns, this one. It's your everyday yarn. It's stunning yarn.
Beautiful,
it works
isn't it?
beautifully. It really is. It's one of my favourite yarns.
Absolutely gorgeous. $24.99. So a range of prices and a range of colours to choose from. Claire's messaged, so glad this crochet book has charts. I don't think I've ever read the written instructions. It's brilliant, isn't it, that you've got both in this fabulous new book, 100 crochet tiles. Nice message from Linda. Yay, my favourite crocheter and knitter on at the same time. Oh, bless you.
Oh, Linda, we love you.
That is gorgeous.
You
We
are
do.
my favourite.
What more can a woman ask for on her birthday?
Oh, happy birthday! Happy birthday to you.
We have to pay a licence fee. Don't sing anymore.
Well, happy birthday.
Only when you sing it, Anna, because when I sing, they say it's fine, keep going, because nobody recognises the song. Rude, I think, but anyway. Can I just read the rest of the message? Sorry. Because it's Linda's birthday.
Oh, Easter
And we do
baby.
wish you,
Well, this year Easter, I suppose.
We wish you a happy birthday. Thank you. Oh, thank you from Linda, who's in
I
Conair.
love you, Linda. You are so
Swansea.
lovely.
Yeah, happy birthday.
We love Linda.
Love
Happy
it.
birthday. Mwah.
Absolutely loads and loads of you have checked out on your books. Now, really important question for you, Anna. Prepare yourself. Hello, Stuart and Anna. Please, can you tell me if the book is written in UK or US terms? Thank you.
Yes, I was going to say that. It's actually US terms.
US.
But you do have a conversion. So there is conversion in the book at the beginning. Let me find, there are so many squares you can never find. There we go. So you've got conversion here. Just smacked myself with the book in the face. On page 4 there is a conversion. I'm very tiny here. The table is very tall. I need to be like this.
They are,
Need to wear high
a
heels.
bit.
So yes, where am I? Am I looking here? There. So yes, there you go. Here. So on page 4 there is a conversion chart. So yes,
But am I
it
right,
is.
Anna? It's literally 5 terms and they're just US and UK versions.
No, what
No.
happens? US has added a single crochet. Single crochet is our equivalent of double crochet. So basically, by adding a single crochet, they just moved everything up. So for us, double crochet. For them is single crochet. Therefore, for them, double crochet is our treble. So it just kind of moves up a bit.
Got you.
Yeah.
Got
So if you see in any pattern, if you see a single crochet, you know immediately it's an American terminology.
Got you.
So yeah. So it is. Sorry, in American terminology, but
Once you know that, you can make the conversion.
Yes. And you know what? It's nice to keep you on your toes, I suppose. You know, it keeps you awake, isn't it? So,
Yeah, absolutely. Why not?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thanks for answering that question, Anna.
That's all right.
Wonderful. Details for the book are on screen. It's $16.99. It's a brand new launch today here on Yarn Lane. Absolutely flying out today. If it's in your basket, do remember to check out to make sure that you get your copy of this brand new book. Remember, it's been edited by Sarah Callard. What you've actually got in there are loads of different fabulous crochet designers bringing their aesthetic, their skills, their style to a book. So you get to try out different people's style. Also, it's a great starting point, isn't it? If you find a particular design in there that you really love, you can then research that designer, maybe make a new discovery.
Absolutely.
And find a whole new aesthetic for your craft. Okay, let's have a look at what you're doing then. Got some gorgeous samples.
So these are my 6 designs that are in the book.
Oh, I didn't realise. Anna, I'm so sorry. Anna, you're a contributor to the book.
Oh, of course.
I should have
darling,
known that. I'm so
please.
sorry.
Oh, no, I'm joking.
We've got the author. We've got the author, everyone.
Well, one of their designers. One of the
Do you know,
designers. There's
suddenly, I'm not
many.
interested in 94 of the designs, Anna. Let's focus on you.
So yes, so these are 6 of mine. But I want to show you. I have also created some of them in the colorways that you have available to purchase.
Gorgeous.
So let's say this one is called No, this one. Called Cobblestone. So this is lovely. I love Cobblestone. And I have redone it in the West Yorkshire Spinners Colour Lab. You see, so it's far more vibrant. But also, in your packs, you get so many choices of colours. You can make so many like combination. It's extraordinary. So you see, there are difference. Just by using stronger colours, the difference is amazing. So let's say if we look at the...
Totally different.
Yeah, totally different. If we look at the Bubble Burst, I've redone the Bubble Burst in...
Oh, that's yummy.
Yeah, in the Colour Lab as well. See, and it's lovely because it's so tactile. You can go
that's
with it.
amazing.
It's really lovely. And then if we look at the Autumn Glow. I've redone it in the Special Decay, the Starcraft Special Decay, and look how amazing it looks. I just love those colours. Love those colours.
That is beautiful. And of course, you could change the position of the grey, the cream, the raspberry, the rose.
Yes, you
and
can
create
do
a very
any
different look.
order you like. So basically, your yarn packs will make so much for you. You can really experiment. I mean, these are some more of the squares in the book. These are not mine, but look at them. They're gorgeous. And look at this one. Look how stunning this is.
That's
it's
amazing.
Just such a beautiful square. It's wonderful that you have a book that you can really showcase talent of so many designers.
Yeah.
It is just really lovely. I have to say, I have been really honoured to be part of this wonderful, wonderful book. But let me start on some techniques. Now, first of all, what I'm going to show you is standing stitches. Standing stitches basically is stitches what you create without joining. So we usually, when we do a round in crochet, we will slip stitch and then we start a new round on either with one chain or two chains or three chains, depending on what stitch we are doing. But I want to show you a way of doing invisible joint and a standing stitch. Standing stitch is a stitch you start immediately with the stitch, without the turning chain for a height. So this technique will take you through, I think, almost every single square in the book, because it's so useful. Because special is very useful if you're changing color on every single round. Now, why it's useful, I'm going to show you. Now, if you look here, I'm going to hide all the ends. Well,
no one likes weaving in ends, Anna. It's not just you, trust me. I'm the same.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, if you look at the square here, you can see a very clear line where I have joined my work. So I have joined my work with slip stitch and then chained one or chain two, whatever I needed to do to start my next one. And you see, it's a very visible line here. And of course, there's nothing wrong with that, absolutely not. But if you want a nicer, smoother finish, then you will work this in standing crochet and invisible joint. You see, so this is done in standing crochet and you cannot see a joint here. There's no line here to tell you where I've started or what I've done. So this is something very, very, very useful, and this is something I want to show you.
That's kind of seamless joining, isn't it?
Yes.
Beautiful.
So let's start first with, the lovely, is that lush? It is, no,
Rose.
it's joined. Let's do this one. Right, so I've done my little square here just to my little circle here just to show you. So let's say if I want to start my round with a double crochet, so that's our double crochet, your single crochet. What I will simply do, so that's standing double crochet, I would make a slip knot, slip it on my hook, insert it into the stitch or as directed. So insert my hook into the stitch, grab my yarn, so the yarn is always, the working yarn is always placed at the back. Simply yarn around the hook and pull it through. 2 loops on hook and finish it off. And that's what you call a single double crochet, US single crochet, so standing single crochet. You see, so now if we work all the way around, so let's say if I'm going to increase and I'm going to finish the round, so I can show you, because then I can show you your invisible joint. So let's say if I just work all the way around.
See, even an absolute newbie crocheter like me, I've always done, like for a granny square, like some chains for the first treble.
Yeah.
But that's not what we're doing. We would do a normal treble or
we will
whatever.
we will do a standing treble.
Standing treble.
Purely
in that
because
case.
it just gives us a nicer finish. If you want more seamless, I mean, of course, this is only really useful if you're starting each color, if you're starting each one in different color. I mean, you can do it on, if you're doing it in the same color, it will still give you nice and seamless advice. But if you're making 120 squares, you need to be realistic on how many ends are you willing to weave in, of course.
Understood.
So yeah, if you're making squares,
because you have to start this with a new yarn.
Constant. So you need to cut, weave in, cut, weave in, cut,
Gotcha.
weave in. So you do, yeah. Be realistic of your patience.
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say.
I think that's very realistic.
Yeah. Okay, so if I go to the end, you see, so now I finish my round. I'm gonna cut my collar, my yarn. I'm gonna pull it through, and now I'm gonna show you how to do an invisible joint. So you see, this is our standing double crochet, the one we started with. You see, you can see the V here on top. So I'm gonna grab my needle. I'm gonna feed the end of the yarn I pulled through.
Oh, so a little darning needle.
Yes, just standard your yarn needle. You see, so now I'm gonna enter my needle from my side, so basically with your right side facing you. I'm gonna insert it, underneath the two legs of a standing double crochet. You see? Now I'm gonna pull it through. And you see our last stitch of our round, which is this one here. This is the last stitch of our round. It has obviously two legs, so you've got the front leg and the back leg. We're gonna insert our needle into the back loop of that stitch. See, and if you look, this yarn that we have weaved around the stitch has created a V, therefore giving us a seamless, lovely joint. So now what we're going to do, we're going to weave it in.
That's amazing. That's seamless.
It's seamless, yeah. Make sure you don't pull it too tight, because if you pull it too tight, it will kind of like what do you call it? Pucker it in? Yeah, pucker it in.
Claire agrees. I love a standing stitch. I'm currently making loads of granny squares, different colour every round. No one can tell where I joined.
Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? It's stunning.
So slick.
So this one is a standing double crochet and an invisible joint. Let me show you how to do a standing treble, which is US double crochet. So let me just cut this off. So I'm gonna try, which color is that?
That colour is called rose.
Rose.
Pale rose.
Pale rose. So again, we're gonna start, there's two ways of doing this. So one way is starting with a slip stitch. So slip knot, slip it on your hook. Now hold your tail here on your handle, to hold your tail so it doesn't spin. Go yarn around the hook. See, hold your working yarn at the back of your hook. Insert it into the stitch. So two legs of the stitch. Yarn around the hook. So now if we grab our tail and place it at the back of our work and hold it down, we will have 3 loops on our hook. Then we're gonna go yarn around the hook through 2 and yarn around the hook through 2.
That's a treble, isn't it?
That's a treble. So we have completed a standing treble. You see, there's no chains, there's nothing in the way. It's just a beautiful, simple treble. And if we look on the top, we've got the gorgeous V, which we have formed. Now, one more thing, there is another way of doing it without the slip stitch. So without the slip stitch, you will just hold your yarn next to your handle. Just hold them both all together so it doesn't spin. Go yarn around the hook twice. Insert your hook into your work. Yarn around the hook and pull it through. You see, hold this tail here. You still have got 3 loops on your hook. Then yarn around the hook through 2. And yarn around the hook through 2. It's exactly the same things, but what you don't get, it's a slip knot. So you don't have the slip knot in a way here.
Which would be your preferred?
I prefer the slip knot way.
Okay.
Because I always, when I weave in the yarn, I always place it at the back, and it's never in a way. I never find it to be actually in a way. And I just find it a little bit more secure with the slip knot. I don't know. I think it's a mind thing, you know? You just think it's more secure, it will be
But you're giving us options, and that's wonderful, isn't it? It's
yes.
something else in your toolbox.
Yeah.
That's why we love the demos.
That's why we love it. So now, let's say we're gonna do a half treble. So our half treble, US half double. So again, slip knot, yarn around the hook, hold your tail down, because if you release your tail, you will not be able to spin anything on your hook. So you're basically, the yarn around the hook will just unravel. So yarn around the hook, hold it down, into your stitch, grab the yarn and pull it through, hold your tail down so you've got 3 loops, and then yarn around the hook through all 3. And that's your half treble. So let's say if I do another one, you see? You can really visibly see it, that it's a gorgeous kind of start without any chains to give you the correct height of your stitch. There's no chains at all. It's just a nice seamless. And then when you go back, I've got a little thing here. So you see, this is a start of this one.
That's beautiful.
It's this one. So this one is done again in the Starcraft Special DK. You see, it's a start. So this is this part. And again, I have done it in standing stitches, and now I'm ready to invisibly join. So I'm going to show you again how to do a nice invisible join. So cut your yarn, pull it through. Oopsie daisy. So yeah, standing stitches are very, very useful to actually know. So again, find your first standing stitch. You see, you can see the slip knot here. This is my standing stitch. I'm gonna insert my needle under the 2 legs of that standing stitch. Pull it through, not too much. Make sure you grab your tail and you place this knot at the back of your work, so it's not showing at the front. And then look at your last stitch. You see, my last stitch is here, and I'm gonna insert my needle into the back loop of the last stitch. Pull it. Again, make sure it's not too tight, so you don't want to pucker it. And you see, it's completely invisible. You can't see anything here. You will never know where I've started or when I finish. Well, you probably would if you looked really carefully, but you know. I
wouldn't be able to tell. It's a lovely bit of sort of polish, isn't it?
Yes.
When you've got the basic techniques, you can add a bit of polish.
Absolutely. It takes your work from wonderful to amazing.
Sublime.
Sublime. Ooh, that's a nice word, sublime.
I love your brooch, by the way. I've been admiring it all morning. It's gorgeous.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's by a lovely lady called Jazzy Creation. She's really lovely. And every single penny out of the brooch goes to a refugee crisis in Ukraine.
Fabulous.
Like, you know, to help the humanitarian crisis in Ukraine.
Fabulous.
So yeah, it's really lovely.
It is gorgeous.
Thank you.
That was a great skill. Really like that. Is all of that explained in the book too? How to do standing stitches?
You've got at the back of work, you've got a full tutorial list. So if we look at the back of work, you see you've got pictures, you've got explanations, you've got explanation on invisible joints, on trebles, on standing trebles, on everything.
Fantastic.
So you do have a lot of everything, really.
Yeah, absolutely.
They have
terrific.
really covered everything. Do we have time for one more tutorial? Because I want to show you something.
We certainly do. I'll just go through the details of the book and then I'm going to hand straight back.
Sure.
I could just stand and watch you for the entire hour and say nothing, which is rare, believe me. That book is amazing. 100 Crochet Tiles, edited by Sarah Callard. 6 of them in the book are Anna's original designs.
Yeah.
Really beautiful. They offer just so many possibilities to boost your creativity, to maybe introduce you to a brand new technique. Certainly loads of colour inspiration in there as well, and just a whole, bringing all sorts of different designers, aesthetic, style, colour, vision to crochet. Just a brilliantly inspiring book, a great resource to have on your bookshelf. Not all square by any means either, some hexagonal blocks in there, tiles, some that look like Christmas baubles. Just glorious. Now, Anna, you've got another set of samples there.
I've got
this is
bag.
so
I keep
inspiring.
on holding this bag. This beautiful bag is one of the projects at the back of the book. Look how gorgeous it is. It's just one square, and you make this stunning bag. And you know what, I like this bag. It's not just traditional bag. So when you put it, it kind of goes in, and I like that.
Yeah.
You know, it's not it doesn't stand out like this. It kind of goes in, but it can do. I don't know. I'm mumbling, but you know what I mean.
It's
just
lovely.
really cool little bag. So you've got a square at the bottom, and you've got square on each side. How cool is that? I love that
lovely.
bag. It's stunning bag. And then you've got the blanket. This is, again, one of the projects at the back of the book. This beautiful blanket. I mean, look at it. For a baby, it's perfect.
It's divine.
You can add more square and make it into an adult blanket. It's just gorgeous. And it's made out of cotton, which is lovely for summer.
Oh,
Yeah.
beautiful. I love
Yeah.
crochet done in cotton as well. It looks so crisp, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's really
And
pretty.
if someone's watching who, like me, is really a newbie, a beginner, I mean,
Yeah.
I can do a granny square. I can do a mean old granny square.
Well,
Anna.
if you can do a granny square, then you can do everything.
That's
Trust me.
well, that inspires
Yeah.
me. That's great to
Oh,
hear.
yeah.
Are there particular tiles in the book that you would say would be great first tiles to do if you were newer to crochet?
Go for something that is not. So basically, don't start with something like this, because that's
It's
intricate.
kind of multi-layered.
Yes, go for something simpler. So let's say if we look in a book, you see, okay, so this square here, there is a square. This is one of mine. If you know how to do a treble, then you'll be able to do this square. It is not a difficult. It might look complicated, but it really isn't. You see, if you look at this square here, again, it's trebles, and chains. So if you know how to do trebles and chains, you'll be fine to do it. Of course, you must know how to read the pattern, or at least look at the chart and follow the chart. But in here, if you know a treble, you will know how to do this square. So you will be absolutely fine.
Fabulous.
So these two are perfectly fine. Then if we look further down, this is a bit more complicated. But again, this one is one color. Also, if you are trying it for the first time, try it with one color first. Just so you don't have to worry about changing color or having your yarns going a little bit too loose or something. Just try it with one color first. But there are squares here. You see, this one as well isn't too difficult to try out. It's quite nice. It will get you going. It will get you started. But then also, you know, as a crocheter, you know, we always start at the basics, isn't it? And then if you want to progress, you must challenge yourself.
You're absolutely
Without
right.
challenge, you will not get anywhere, really, isn't it? So you must challenge yourself. You must kind of say, like, I'm going to try it. And even if it doesn't work, it's absolutely fine. You can try again, and the next time it would work. It's about patience and perseverance, really, isn't it?
I love that. Yeah, it's so
Yeah.
true. It's so true.
Yeah,
Now, beautiful samples.
Ta-da!
Tell me more. Tell me more.
I want to show you how to make the difference, first of all, between bubbles, popcorns, and puffs. I get this question asked a lot, and a lot of people think that bubbles, popcorns, and puffs are the same thing. They are not. They are very different techniques, and this is only a handful of squares that uses one or more of those techniques. So I want to show you the difference between them, because they will be really essential in your crochet journey. Because you see, like, this one is made with puffs. No, this one is made with bubbles. This one is made with bubbles. This is bubbles, but these ones have puffs and bubbles.
Oh.
These ones have puffs. So you've got bubbles, popcorns, and puffs. They are three very different things, but very, very exciting. So
Lovely.
I made a little swatch here. Let me just grab it over there. You see? Let me move it out of the way. So yes, I get this asked a lot. So like, what's the difference? There is a massive difference in between all of them. So if you look at my swatch here we
So
go.
these are bubbles.
Right. Bubbles, puffs, and popcorns.
Okay.
So we start off with popcorns, because popcorns are the largest. So we've got popcorns at the bottom here. You see, they are far more like prominent. They stand out a lot more.
Oh, I see. You've got all three on there.
Yes.
Ah, well, that's useful.
So then we've got puffs. Then we've got bubbles, and then we've got puffs, which are far more. Puffs are gentler. They they are kind of like just gently slipping into your work. They are not prominent, they are not flamboyant in any way, because popcorns are really out there. They want all the attention, but puffs are kind of very much so like, you know, just blending in the background and sit quietly. They can be done over a few number of stitches, so obviously minimum is 2, otherwise you won't be able to, it will be just a single stitch. But popcorns, because you want popcorns are quite loud and they want to stand out a lot, so popcorns are usually done over 5 trebles. So you will put them on the background of a smaller stitch. So let's say in this example here, these are bobbles, but they are actually I'll explain that later. Ignore me. So popcorns are done usually on trebles on the background of smaller stitch. So I place them in the background of double crochets here. The reason is because you want them to squish. Because if they squish, they will come up at the front and be far more like prominent at the front. So let's say I started off here with double crochet. So that's UK double crochet, US single crochet. And now I want to place my popcorn. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to work 5 trebles into the next stitch. So yarn around the hook into the stitch and finish off. So finish off each treble. So 5 trebles into 1 stitch. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. You see? So we've got all these 5 trebles into 1 stitch. So check out your hook. So you've got a loop left here, so you've got a live loop here. Then insert your hook back into the first trebles that you have made. So the 5 first trebles of the 5 treble group. Insert it from front to back, underneath the 2 legs of your stitch, and now grab the loop and pull it through. And pull it tight, chain 1 to lock, and you see, we've got quite a prominent like popcorn here, you see? It stands out really hard. Now, what I'm going to do, I'm going to work a standard double crochet next. So by doing a standard double crochet, it pulls it in. So what it does, it squashes it in and bring it even more at the front.
So it's kind of padding behind the back of it?
Yes. And if you look at the back, it's just empty spaces, really. You can hide sweets in there, those Skittles. So yes, if we do one more, so I'm going to show you again. So again, we're going to do 5 trebles into 1 stitch. So 1, oopsie daisy, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Again, you see, check out your hook, insert your hook into the very first treble of the 5 treble group, yarn around the hook into enter your hook into your loop, pull it through, tighten, and chain 1 to lock, and then double crochet into the next stitch to pull this popcorn in. You see, and that's it. So now I'm going to show you how to do a bobble. Bobble, you see, so if you look here, so this is a bobble. Again, bobble needs to be put on the background of smaller stitch. So let's say if we look here, these bobbles are done by working double treble. And they are on the background of a treble, because treble is obviously smaller than a double treble, and it pulls it all in nicely. These ones here I've done using a treble, and they are on the background of double crochet. It can be also on the background of half treble, but I prefer double crochet because it pulls it in a lot. So let's say if I show you how to do a bobble. Bobble is done over 5 stitches, 4 stitches, 2, even 2 I think occasionally. I think in this square, is it this square? There is one square that is done over 2. So you've got only 2 trebles work. So it's a bobble made out of 2 trebles. So what it basically means that we don't finish. So it's like if we're doing a bobble over 5 trebles, it will be treble 5 together. So we don't finish each stitch until we gather all the stitches on a hook and then pull it all through all those, like say 6, 7 or whatever loops on our hook. So if I show you first, so if we're gonna do, let's say, 5 treble bobble. So you're gonna go yarn around the hook, into the stitch, grab your yarn and pull it through. 3 loops on the hook, yarn around the hook through 2 only, then yarn around the hook, back into the same stitch, grab your yarn and pull it through, and then yarn around the hook and pull it through 2. You see, we've got 3 loops now. So we've done our 2 treble, so we need to do 3 more. Yarn around the hook, through, and through 2. So we never finish the treble. So we kind of do half a treble, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1 more. And now, when we've got all our 5 trebles half finished, and we've got all the loops on hook, we are ready to grow yarn around the hook, and pull it through all those loops on our hook. Pull it tight, chain 1 to lock, you see, and we've got the bubble. However, to finish off the bubble correctly, you need to make a smaller stitch to again squish it and make it push out a lot more. So we're gonna do a double crochet and pull it tight and finish off. You see, so that way it stands out a bit more. You do need to occasionally just put your finger in the back and poke them out a bit.
Just to shape them a little bit.
Yeah, just to shape them a little bit. But that's a 5 treble bobble. So bobbles are usually worked with either treble 5 together, treble 4 together. So it's in the same way. You will half finish all your stitches until you are ready to pull your hook through all of them. So all of the loops on your hook.
Perfect. That
So
made
that's a
sense.
bubble.
I followed
Yes.
that.
Thank you.
I'm quite proud of myself. Now, we've
Well
got about
done.
5 minutes left. Do you have time to show us how to do the puff?
Yes.
Perfect.
Very quickly. So puff is super simple. It's basically half treble all in one. Yeah. Yes. So again, done with half, like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, not 1 obviously, but let's do one with 4. So half treble. Yarn around the hook into the next stitch. Grab your yarn and pull it through. Don't finish. Yarn around the hook, back into the stitch. Let's say 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. We've got all those loops on hook. Yarn around the hook through all 3. All of them, not all 3. There's more than 3. Yarn around the hook and chain 1 to lock. See, so let me show you that again. Yarn around the hook into the stitch. Grab your yarn and pull it through. And again, 1, 2, 3, 4. So I think we should have 9 loops on our hook. So you have all those loops on your hook, then yarn around the hook and pull it through all those loops, and always chain 1 to lock, because when you're doing this chain 1, it shapes it really nicely on the top. And also, when you're working back on your puffs, you will always work your next stitch into this chain 1 on top of it. So it's very important to do this chain 1, otherwise it's not gonna lock as nicely.
So with the puff stitch, this is softer and flatter because it doesn't have the stitches behind it that are pushing it forward.
So, so you don't have the stitches on the side to squish it and push it out. And also, it has stitches in it, but the stitches are not half finished, so it just wraps basically. So it doesn't create the bulk to push it out. So they are, as you can see here, a lot flatter. So you see, if you compare those two
this
squares,
has got the puffs.
This is the puff and this is the bobble.
It's a gorgeous effect though, isn't it? Because
Yes.
it creates all this, I mean, it does create lovely texture, but without loads of bulk. But then I'm in love with this one too. It's so beautiful. There's so many different techniques in one book. It's a brilliant resource.
You can really experiment, yes.
That's amazing.
That is beautiful. Oh, look at the colours. Oh,
I know,
so
the
vibrant.
colours are incredible. This is amazing too, made into a circle. See, as a knitter, I look and just, I know that there's no way I could knit any of this that would create the same kind of look.
It would be quite difficult.
You've got to look. I've got to learn to crochet.
Quite intricate, I think it will be, yeah. Because you see, so these ones are bobbles.
Those are bobbles.
Yes.
And these are also bobbles.
These are also bobbles. Well, actually, these are more popcorny. These are all more popcorn. You see,
I thought I had it then.
Because they stand out a lot more. But these ones are bubbles here.
Those are. I just think it's all incredible. Anna, you're an absolute tour de force. of crochet, and I've no doubt lots of other things too.
Well, to be honest, some of the designers, I mean, look at the square. I mean, love all those squares. Some of the designs are so, I mean, all of them, not some of them, all of them.
Yeah.
They are incredibly talented. And I think it's just nice to have a book with all those people all together.
It really is.
Wonderful.
It's a fantastic resource and a fantastic thing to have in your library, just to constantly, like you say, keep you on your toes, pushing you onto the next technique,
Of course, you
seeing
want to
colour
kind
in
of
a
keep it
different way.
You know, it's if we do something all the time, it does get a bit boring. You do need to excite yourself a little bit. Otherwise, you know, it's just...
Love it. Yeah. Life gets dull.
Yes, you need to put a bit of oomph. There.
Wonderful. Can you come back every week?
Sure.
Wonderful. The incomparable Anna Nikipirowicz. Wonderful. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure. And in your new studio.
I know. What do you think?
I love the table. I don't know. I quite love it being a bit more lower. So,
Do you?
Well, the table being higher, me being lower.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Yeah. You
But
liking
I prefer
that?
it because I can, because I usually do like this.
Fine.
So
we'll
now
keep
I don't
it.
have to do it. Yes, I like it.
No
I like
changes
it.
needed.
Let's
Good.
keep it, yes.
We've had the seal of approval. That book, by the way, that Anna's been using for those amazing tiles is brand new today. It's its launch. It's 100 crochet tiles. It's edited by Sarah Callard. There are a plethora of different designers who have contributed their work, including Anna Nikipirowicz, who's created
I love
6.
that you get my surname right. I love that. Thank you. I don't expect anyone to get it right, but you do so.
Yesterday I didn't, and I wanted to absolutely kick myself because it's who you are.
No, it doesn't matter. It's very difficult to pronounce it. So, but thank you.
It's a pleasure.
It's really,
Thank
it's
you.
wonderful. Thank you.
It's wonderful to have you here. Just a terrific book. It's $16.99. Details are on screen. Do remember to check yours out before it sells out, which it is absolutely heading towards. Do check out your baskets. And also, I hadn't mentioned earlier on, but we do run a competition. And I'm right in saying, aren't I? The competition runs, so which we call Shop to Win. Now, basically, anybody who shops today, checks out their basket, gets entered into a prize draw. The prize is a bit sort of sewing related. Well, it's not a bit sewing related, it's very sewing related. But you win 2 what we call layer cakes or stacks of fabric. 40 pieces in each, 10-inch squares. There's a black, there's a white, 40 2.5-inch squares, a black and a white, and 40 black and white 5-inch squares. Really fabulous prize. Literally, if you check out your basket, you get entered into that prize draw. We'll let you know on Tuesday if you've won that prize. But the biggest prize of all, of course, is this fabulous new book, 100 Crochet Tiles, edited by Sarah Callard. Now, while we're here, let's go through what's on Sewing Street tomorrow, Easter Sunday, in fact. I suspect a lot of eating of chocolate eggs.
Oh, yes.
A lot of celebrating.
Ooh, yes.
Now, 8 a.m. it's Spring Fabrics. At 9, Spring Sheep Project with Helen Newton. At 10 a.m, bag making supplies. 11 o'clock, it's the Spring Gnome Applique Cushion with Helen Newton. And then at 12 o'clock, Helen Newton Kits. That's all with John Scott tomorrow, starting at 8 a.m. So do make sure that you tune in at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Bring your chocolate Easter eggs, bring your hard-boiled eggs, bring any eggs you want to the party, and join us tomorrow at 8 a.m. here on Sewing Street. Thank you for your company today. Thank you, Anna, for your company.
It's
and
such
I
a
will see you
pleasure.
again really soon. For the rest of the day, please do take care of yourselves and each other. Next time.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!